Oh, who's that?
Roger Venable talking.
Oh, okay. Hey, Roger. Can I test my screen a second? See if so I made a series of videos for my presentation. This- Can I test my screen a second, please? Screen share. Says you cannot start while participant is sharing.
All right, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Screen share.
GPS
Can you hear this?
out azimuth
Yep.
mounted, and
All right, fantastic. Okay. Thank you.
GPS out azimuth.
Hi, Cal.
Hi, Jay.
Cal, what meteorite is that? Looks like an ordinary chondrite, dimid, or something like
And
that.
as a matter of fact, it's NWA 15468, which was called out in the Journal of the ALPO just recently.
Oh, okay.
So it was something to actually see something put there that I have already.
Cool.
By the way, that was a great article on Venus that was in the issue there. You know, if that were something I would be wanting to observe, that would be certainly the place I would start, would be your article.
Oh, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Everybody hear me?
Hey, Frank, how are you?
Gregory, how are you?
Good.
Good. All right. Nice to see you
How's
guys
it
here.
like up there in New York? Cooler than Florida, I'll bet.
As a matter of fact, yes, it's hot up here. Yes. I was in Niagara Falls yesterday. I came home late last night, and
Oh, nice.
yeah, it was hot, but it's a cool night. And I went to Pittsburgh before that. I went to Allegheny Observatory, where they have on the north side of Pittsburgh, and they have the observatory there. They have the 30-inch clock refractors, the 8-inch and the 24-inch Cassegrain. They have like an open night session Saturday night, and they have students there. The high school students who were doing their projects there. It was such a clear night, but the sky was very hazy, so we didn't really see much. And
Okay.
we saw the crescent moon, and we were looking for Venus. And fortunately, Venus went behind the 30-inch dome, so it was blocking the view, so we couldn't see. It was very low. It was very low. So it was a good night, though. It was a really good night. It was a little
Okay.
hazy, but and I was over there. It's all light polluted from Pittsburgh. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. They have a nice tour. I got to meet a lot of high school students that were doing their projects. So yeah, it was very interesting. You know.
Oh, great.
So I guess I'm doing my talk today instead of tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, Tim wrote to me that if I were able to give a talk today instead of tomorrow. Sure, I don't know who canceled it. So I'm scheduled for 3:15 this afternoon.
Oh, great.
Yes. How's everybody else is doing there?
Good.
I'm doing all right.
Sure.
Did you guys get to look through the 30-inch at Allegheny?
Which one?
The 30-inch refractor.
Oh, the 8-inch, yes. With the 8-inch refractor, they open up, but not the 30-inch. They have, I don't know, they're not scheduled to open up, but they open the dome for the 8-inch fish refractor.
I think that was 13-inch.
Yes, I'm sorry, yeah, with the 13-inch, yes.
Yeah.
With the 13-inch, yes.
Yeah, I had all you guys there when you met up here,
Yeah, oh,
2005 or whatever that was.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was the last time I was there.
okay, yeah. Yeah, it's very nice up there. Yeah, it's very nice up there. And also they have a 24-inch Cassegrain plane wave reflector.
Oh, that's must
yeah.
be new.
Yeah, that's the new one. They were like few high school students were doing the project. I don't know if they do like maybe variable star work or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Photometry then.
Yeah, exactly. Photometry and measure the brightness. You know, that's the project, that's the high school project that they're doing. And they're
That's
very
good.
interesting. They're very smart kids. I mean,
Yeah, it's
unfortunately,
see.
my level of internationally wasn't that at that level when I was their age, but yeah, they're very smart. Yeah.
It's good to see that.
Yeah, once in a while they have so you have to can't just go there. You have to make appointment.
Yeah.
They won't take anybody. You have to make reservation on what time you're going to be there. You know, and what's last Saturday night from 8 to 10. So yeah. Unfortunately, you know, we waited until they get dark, but they get dark a little bit late, like almost like 9:30, quarter to 10, in order to see something. But we saw the crescent moon during the evening twilight, and so after 10 o'clock, my wife and I just left. So we were tired. It was a long drive there.
Yeah, one of our club members here used to be an assistant on the telescopes there on his spare time. But he had us down there a few times.
Right, yeah. Well, you live not too far from there, right? In Ohio?
About 60 miles northwest
Of
I'm in
Pittsburgh?
Youngstown.
Yeah. Oh, Youngstown, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a nice place to just sit there, taking the ambience.
Oh, yeah.
I used to live in
that's
Sharon,
the-
PA, went to
Yeah.
Youngstown University for a couple of years.
It's Youngstown State now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. When was this?
Oh, well, I was the late 50s.
Okay, yeah. I forget when they changed over to
When I went there, it had just changed from Youngstown College to Youngstown University.
oh, okay.
And I graduated from University of Pittsburgh. But it's interesting, I never got out to Allegheny Observatory. At the time, I wasn't really interested in astronomy. So I never got out to the observatory.
Well, yeah, it's a ways for me to go. But I don't know if they still had, I didn't know they still had public nights there.
Yeah, they still do, yes. They
Yeah.
still do, but you have to make a reservation, an appointment. You can't just show up.
It's kind of like Yerkes. They were supposed to tear that down or something
Yeah.
about 10 years ago. They want to put a housing project up or something.
Yeah, and the group took it over.
But it's still up there. I guess they have public nights there too.
Hey,
Phil,
when were you-
Julius.
When were you at Pittsburgh, Jay?
How you
I
doing?
was there from 72 to 76.
I graduated from Pitt in 1960.
Oh, that's-
Golly.
Wow.
So you're still young.
Yeah. I was born 5 months after the Hindenburg went down.
Oh,
I'll give you an idea how old I am.
1936.
37.
Close, close. Yeah, well, that night when opened, it was clear, but it was very hazy. But I didn't know that this related to the Canadian wildfire. I mean, they say that it's been hazy almost whatever the clear night. It was the sky was hazy, but very few stars were visible. I mean,
we had that up here. We had star parties, and I was like, you can just see the Big Dipper. That's about it. No, nothing fainter than that. So I don't know. It's been a bad year for observing.
and a good year for planetary observing.
Well,
Yeah, I have very, some of the images I took, but I think because of the smoke layer, it just helped to stabilize the seeing condition. I mean, it's very little turbulence, there's very little winds, and I got good seeing of Venus and Mars last month. But even though there's a very few stars were visible.
yeah. Well, I really can't use telescopes anymore. I can't pick them up. Last time I carried one out, I ended up falling on top of it. So binoculars for me, that's about it. And the LED lights are killing everything.
Except for solar observing.
Well, yeah.
Well, you can see that's what I do most of the time.
Yeah.
Solar observing, we are light pollution.
Yeah.
Well, that's the good kind of light pollution.
Yeah.
Goes down at night when it's supposed to be dark.
Yeah, we can sleep at night.
Yeah.
How you doing, Rick? How's the heat over there?
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
It's like 92 to 95, and the heat index is 110. The most I've seen is 116. It went back down to 115. Yeah, it's gotten a little better now. It's down to like 90, 91. The heat index is like 105, but it's very hot. It's just the hottest I've experienced since being in Florida.
Hey, Rick, how you doing? Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. How's the heat down there?
it's 95 right now with 24% humidity.
Not bad.
Yeah.
It'll be 100. It'll be 100 and it'll top 100 in another hour.
Wow.
Yeah,
I
I'm
know,
in
I heard
the
like
EMP in Maryland. And it's going to be probably close to 100. Heat index probably a little over 100.
In New York City, it's 100 with the heat index. The humidity is 50%, but the air quality is really bad. There's no oxygen in the air.
Yeah. Oh, Julian, you're calling me. You're from Queens, right?
Right.
Queens. Okay, I'm out on Long Island.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody,
Right.
looking at the clock. It's about time to start.
Yep.
All right.
Morning, Kim.
Suffolk. Yeah.
Morning.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, I'm going to kick this thing off. I'd like to welcome everybody to day one of the 2023 ALPO virtual conference. My name's Tim Robertson, in case you don't know. I do the Observer's Notebook podcast, the official podcast of the ALPO. I'm also the coordinator of the training program and a member of the ALPO board. Carl Hergenrather, unfortunately, is not available today. He has had a family emergency, so I've had to reschedule his presentation to tomorrow. So I thank Frank for stepping in today, and he'll take Carl's spot. I want to start off by thanking our sponsors, Celestron Telescopes and Explorer Scientific, for sponsoring this event and donating our door prizes that we have. I also want to thank Ken Pachedley for his assistance in setting up this conference. He is a lot of help. In addition, all of the presenters for the next 2 days, thank you for taking your time and making this conference a success. If you are watching on YouTube, and right now we have 11 people over there on YouTube, please hit the subscribe button and little bell and the thumbs up. That way you won't miss any further broadcasts. The chat is open over there, and I'm periodically monitoring the chat on the YouTube page. So if you have a question there, go ahead and put it in, because you can't interact directly with the presenters unless you're on the Zoom meeting. A very important note, please make sure you are muted during all presentations. Okay, so if you're not muted right now, please put yourself on mute. Being unmuted during someone's presentation really disrupts the video. And if I have repeat offenders, you're going to go into the Zoom timeout box where you're going to be able to comment. How does that sound?
Hey, Tim.
Yes.
Hey, I've got a new webcam which still isn't working, so I have problems with the video on my system, but at least the audio is working.
Okay.
And
Cool.
I'll go ahead and mute.
All right. Thank you. Yeah. We're going to take a break halfway through the session today. Do not log off of Zoom. Leave your computer on Zoom. It's going to be a 30-minute lunch or dinner break, depending on your time zone. And following today's presentation, the annual ALPO board meeting will take place on a separate Zoom invite. I'll send that out to all the staff members following this presentation, this first half today. Day 2 Zoom link will be set out today at the end of this conference, today's conference as well. So we have separate Zoom links for all these different things. Then following tomorrow's presentations, we'll have our annual awards presentation with door prizes and a keynote address by Explore Scientific Scott Roberts. This again will be a separate Zoom link. So you'll have a separate Zoom link for all these different meetings. To be eligible to win a door prize, you must live in the continental United States and be a registered participant in the conference. And the way you're registered is by sending me your email address. And if you got the Zoom link, you're already registered. Let's see. I think that's all I got. If there are any questions before we get started, anybody out there have anything? No? All right, so let's see here. All right, our first speaker today will be Matt Will. Matt's going to give a discussion on the meaning of the ALPO. Matt's been a member of the ALPO since 1973. I think we joined the same year. And he's been membership secretary since 2001. So Matt, it's all yours. Take it away.
Okay, let's see if I can get my share screen up here. And okay, and now I will go to slideshow here.
You muted yourself.
Matt, you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Gotcha.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm trying right now to feverishly get this full. I think I'm going to have to go back to my original, or do I? Let me take a look here. Okay, good. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go now. Okay, we're going to take start things off. We're going to take more of a philosophical look at the ALPO. And hopefully that this will be something that will be a fun presentation. And well, let's see, we're going forward too much here. Whoops. Okay. Anyway, hopefully this will be more of a fun type presentation with not too much technical talk, but I like to start out with a fun fact. let's see, I'm not really seeing my screen too well here. Okay, there we go. 3 out of 4 paid ALPO members actually joined the ALPO after the year 2000. And out of that group, 3 out of 4 received the digital version only, and only know the digital version of the ALPO, and were unfortunately not a part of its past history going back before the year 2000. We do have older people in the ALPO, but we aren't all getting older. It's just the fact that we tend to attract people with gray hair more often than not. And so it's been an incredible change in the ALPO over the last quarter century, since the year 2000. But I'd like to, so what I'm about to talk about is so much ancient history, although I'm sure some of our older members remember the dark eclipses of 1982. There were actually 3 lunar eclipses, but the last in that year, but the last 2 in July and December were particularly dark eclipses. And I have my light curves here where I did visual photometry for those eclipses, and the magnitude of the moon for the July eclipse was 2.34, and the magnitude of the moon and mid eclipse for December 30th was magnitude 3. That's hard to believe when we are accustomed to seeing what we would consider dark eclipses to be around magnitude -1. The photo of the moon in the corner there is one done by Fred Aspadack, who's otherwise known as Mr. Eclipse for his great lunar and solar eclipse website. And the moon actually looked a little darker than that. This is the July 6, 1982 eclipse, and the moon on December 30th of 1982 was actually darker than that. It was actually of a bluish, grayish tint. And I recall reading my notes from that eclipse that only about 1/5 of the moon could be seen with the naked eye. And it's sort of like a slender crescent of the brighter portion of the umbra. And you really had to use a 6-inch reflector telescope to see the actual full moon itself. And I could, at that time, only make out the Mare area. I could not make out any more details. Even some of the larger craters were not visible. But the reason I bring this all up, so much ancient history, is that I sent my observations to Walter H. Haas, who served as a lunar recorder at the time, in addition to being the ALPO's executive director, its journal editor, person that collected the money, and its own membership secretary. Walter did it all, but he took time out to respond to my observations I had sent in for both eclipses with a 1.5-page handwritten letter. Walter was a master of the English language. He could jot off letters like this in a first draft in perfect English, perfect spelling. Walter was a god compared to mere mortal like myself. But what I really liked about this is that Walter took the time out from his busy schedule to give me personal recognition and sharing an experience with others, and taking the time to answer my letter with the observations packed inside of it. This in turn allowed me to engender a sense of loyalty toward the ALPO going into the future, continuing to honor the high standards that coordinators would want out of observations with commitment. And I don't think either one of us knew it at the time, but in an intangible way, Walter was sort of making a down payment on a future membership secretary for the ALPO. Well, what is the meaning of the ALPO? It is an informal collection of observers perfecting the art and science of observing in its various forms. Is it a scientific research organization gathering observations for analysis? Is it an organization that cultivates interest in solar observational solar system astronomy through outreach in various forms? Or is it an organization that can support a wide variety of functions with a larger administrative staff as it is carrying on here in the future. These are some of the questions that I will answer in this presentation. As a brief prologue or brief accounting of the past, the ALPO, before it became the ALPO, I'm sorry, someone's trying to get my attention, or I guess not. Anyway, the ALPO originally, core nucleus of its embryonic self started out as a collection of about a dozen observers led by Walter Haas through his connections with the old American Astronomical American Amateur Astronomers Association out of the 1930s. And Walter cultivated this group, corresponding with them and then publishing results of the collected analysis of observations in other journals, leading journals of the day. And by 1947, his network had grown to about more than 32 observers, and it became difficult for Walter to communicate with all these people on an individual basis. So he created the Strolling Astronomer, which initially was supposed to be a newsletter to bind this network of observers together, but became very much a scientific journal in its own right. It showed, as Walter said in his 1997 presentation on the 50th anniversary of the ALPO at its annual convention, the goal was to show some ways in which John Q. Amateur could profitably study our sister worlds, and giving him some instruction to do so. Walter said in that presentation in 1997 that the ALPO had three goals: primarily to be a proper place for collecting observations by amateurs; second, a sequel to the first, an adequate study and analysis of observational data; and third, a publication of reports of these ALPO observations. And so through membership, a paid membership, you got a journal that came in periodically. You participated in section and observing programs run by coordinators. And if later on, from the mid-50s onward, we had in-person conventions, and all these elements created an air of collegiality among amateur astronomers that Walter fostered, and others that were involved in the ALPO with their observing sections and programs did as well. We get to 1985, and of course, Walter then passes the mantle on over to John Westfall to manage all of this. And of course, for John, I imagine it might have been like swallowing a bowling ball with all these responsibilities that Walter had to John to carry on. Walter takes on this mantle, but Walter soon feels that he really can't do it all. He's got a teaching career in addition to managing the ALPO. And so John Westfall's wife, Beth, suggests that the ALPO evolve into a legal entity with shared responsibilities among many. And so it became a California-based nonprofit corporation under federal regulation 501c3 in 1990. And through this, John does indeed delegate some authority while remaining faithful to the mission and direction of the ALPO through its sections, observing sections and programs. The vision here is for a more formal organization and sharing responsibilities with the board of directors, which eventually by the mid-1990s has a rotating executive directorship shared by the board members. And so the ALPO continues to modernize and taking advantage of the computer age. John uses computer techniques, hardware and software to produce a more finer version of the journal. John employs Harry Jameson to convert the membership listings into a computerized database. Rick Hill introduces the ALPO to its first website in the mid-1990s. And the sections and programs make use of the web and electronic communications, just not email, but also social media of all sorts as well. Walter said in his 1997 address that the ALPO struggled to bit for better definition, but among the board of directors, since more individuals are now involved in the actual management of the ALPO, that it struggled with separate visions, as Walter expressed in his talk in 1997. Walter said that he started out and always maintained the ALPO as a group of collegial persons working together and enjoying themselves, learning new things, and occasionally contributing to the valuable scientific knowledge. Walter said of John Westphal that John tended to regard the ALPO as a research group with the primary goal of producing useful published papers. At the same time, Walter had observed about Harry Jameson that Harry thinks that that the ALPO thinks of the ALPO as a business. Those serving the board of directors or coordinators should do their jobs properly. Well, whether you think of the ALPO as an informal study group with collegiality or a serious group dedicated to scientific analysis, or a group dedicated to top-notch service and attention to details, we were all striving to make the ALPO its very best, the very best it could be for the dues-paying amateur astronomer that was always expecting more out of the ALPO. And so with a more modern ALPO, we surged forward into the next century with a digital version of the ALPO as a companion to the paper version that's still being produced today, or I should say hard copy version. With modern layout, more engaging and a more engaging style of presentation with embedded links and color graphics and color images, and something that really a hard copy version really can't produce or that we can afford to produce. And so with a more sophisticated website during this period, Brick Hill hands off the mantle of managing the website to Larry Owens, and we see sections and programs making more use out of their web pages, adding more dimension with more downloadable materials, e-periodicals, and use and adaptability to social media. And the ALPO also includes, for the first time, galleries where amateurs can have their observations uploaded, as well as a full library of ALPO journals dating back to 1947 that are digitally scanned, and other documentation such as our monographs that can also be downloaded from the website. And of course, more efficient means for the ALPO means that we do the kind of stuff that members don't usually see, meeting our legal and financial requirements as a California nonprofit. You might think of the ALPO as a clock where we see the cover of the clock and the hands moving and in all of its elegance and aesthetic beauty, but what you don't see are the operations behind that clock face, the gears and flywheels that make everything work that I and others have to be responsible for as well. And so in the same period, going back just a few years prior to 2001, we also had the formation of the ALPO endowment to hopefully finance ALPO operations and hopefully a central office. This endowment was established in 1997 and has grown to be quite huge now. And so in the present day, the sections and programs are just as active as they ever were, if not more. Our journal, section periodicals, website, and other communications are just as relevant, popular, and modern in scope and availability as they ever were. We have strong nonprofit status as a legitimate nonprofit organization. With that come many responsibilities and more complications with reporting to our regulators, but on the other hand, we now are emerging with more resources where we can do more. And something new in this period also is that we have created an outreach section. While we've had the training program around for 60 years or more, we've also had a youth section that's being revamped and reaching out to touch youth across America with other youth-oriented educational institutions to introduce lunar and planetary astronomy to younger people. At the same time, we are reaching out to amateur astronomers and the general public with the podcast that Tim Robertson has so brilliantly crafted, along with our own YouTube channel, to reach an even greater number of people out in the astronomical community and beyond. And so if we look into the crystal ball about our future, what can we expect? Well, with an expanded endowment, we're still following our dream of hopefully having a central office for the ALPO one day. With an expanded endowment, it can also be supported for present day activities with the journal and other administrative services. And we now have a board of trustees that oversee the management of the endowment. So there's more than just merely one person managing all this stuff. And it's our hope someday to have a central office in much the same way AABSO or the Astronomical Society of the Pacific has, primarily as a base for archiving observations and holding one-of-a-kind library materials that are being donated, that would be dominated by amateurs, and also being a strategic center for doing some educational outreach, and possibly also being a instrumentation distribution center. We've had more than one amateur wanting to distribute high-end instrumentations, telescopes, and other items that could be used or donated to other amateurs that are in hard need of doing research with sophisticated instrumentation that they can't afford. Also, if we were to have a central office at a dark side, it could be a destination for observing also, just not for lunar and planetary observing, but could raise our profile considerably in the astronomical community as well. And merely having a point of contact with the telephone number has some status and some seriousness about it to people from the outside looking in, that they know that we are an organization that has some physical presence. And of course, with that, we would have to have paid employees to manage this, but with greater resources, that might be possible. And of course, we're also looking at expanded funding through grants and sponsorships. It takes a certain people with certain talents to do that sort of thing, and we're always open to change and following those pursuits as well. And so I think the ALPO can go on into perpetuity. We still need membership, paid memberships, to give us relevance as a publicly supported nonprofit. However, having a strong endowment can give us further stability and backing. And of course, like it's talked about earlier, there may be other means for adding future enhancements to our mission, but right now we have engagement at many levels. We have active observing networks, an eager staff of coordinators, an award-winning journal, youth involvement, and we still have professional interest as professional astronomers who are interested in both our databases and even our section reports that appear periodically in our journal. And so what is the meaning of the ALPO? It means different things to different amateurs and professionals alike. It can be a supportive organization to amateurs through its programs and services. It can be an educational organization and one that grows interest in a broad audience of amateurs, youth, and public. And it can also be research oriented through its historic and scientific observational databases and associated material. It can have the potential and resourcefulness to achieve many goals in the present and future as a nonprofit corporation. And it can be a very important component to the astronomical community into perpetuity. And so I'll close with Walter's parting words in 1997. And that was, as he said, and yet with all these exciting waves of the future, I hope that the ALPO will still have a place for the unskilled layman who merely enjoys looking through telescopes. In that sense, it has been a forum for many and a place for person-to-person contact now and regardless of the times, just as it had been for me in 1982. The ALPO will always be relevant as it stays in step with the times and continues to provide a service at many different levels and in many different ways to many different people. And with that, I'll say, I hope you'll enjoy the next 2 days of paper sessions and presentations here. And let's get on with the show. And this is about the more immediate future here. I would urge you, for especially those people on YouTube, to buy into us with a 1-year ALPO membership. It's as little as $22. I often go with the banner saying, hey, we're cheap. But it's really the best value in amateur astronomy because other organizations, for good reasons, charge a lot more for yearly memberships. They may have more resources that they have to contribute, but we try to scale down things as much as we can without getting ourselves in trouble financially. But I think we have an incredibly great value in that you get a close to 100-page issue every quarter. It's a great periodical, and as one amateur said about our journal, it's where Sky and Telescope leaves off. So come join us. Thank you.
Very good, Matt. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, hi, Matt. Very good talk. I'm just curious, how many members we have as of now?
Well, as of now, we have 380 paid members. We have a lot more people that are amateur astronomers that contribute observations. And sometimes a misnomer that some people will say is that they're a member of the ALPO, but they're not really a paid ALPO member. Now, we certainly encourage people to contribute observations even if they aren't paid members, because more observations beefs up our databases, observational databases more. And some of these people that contribute are outstanding observers in their own right. But you have to keep in mind that the ALPO has only existed because we do have a paid membership that supports us. And your dollars go to not only the journal, but also keeping us alive on the web, World Wide Web. That doesn't come cheap either, especially when we're having to maintain observational database and server space out there. So you're really contributing to a vast organization that's very diversified. We have a staff of 40 volunteer staff workers that manage all of this for us, in addition to having a very small group of people that actually put the journal out, and also my particular situation, handle the money and deal with servicing members directly. So overall, I would say that we had, in terms of membership growth, we stayed fairly stable over the last decade or so. It would be nice to have some membership growth. We do get a steady stream of new members coming in, but we also get a steady stream leaving. And I think these are probably people that are more general to amateur astronomy and may not find lunar and planetary astronomy to be their forte.
All right. Anybody else before we move on? All right. Thank you very much, Matt.
You're certainly welcome.
All right. So all of you that have received the latest issue of the journal, here's, oh, it's going to show up. There it is. Anyway, there's a beautiful photograph of Venus on the cover and a nice article starting on page 58, how to see Venus in a different light. And that was written by our next presenter, Greg Shanos. He's a ALPO member and a JPL Solar System Ambassador. So he's going to give us, I believe, a demonstration on how to image Venus. Take it away there, Greg.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tim. I'm happy to be here, and can I share my screen a sec? Here's just a quick look at the article here. So I'll be discussing how to image Venus in a different light. And another point I want to make too is you don't need, a lot of times you see people's big observatories with 14-inch Schmidt Cassegrains, and they look very intimidating. All you need is a simple 8-10-inch scope and alt azimuth, and just set it up and dismantle. And so I have a series of videos here.
And here's how I go about capturing Venus in the ultraviolet. I'm using a Meade LX200 GPS, alt azimuth mounted, and a ZWR 170.
Can you hear the volume?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, good. I'll start again. How do I get it? Okay.
And here's how I go about capturing Venus in the ultraviolet. I'm using a Meade LX200 GPS, alt azimuth mounted, and a ZWR 178 monochrome camera, and a Chroma U-Bessel UV filter. And first thing you want to do, of course, is get a really good focus. And I like making it a little bit smaller because it's much easier to focus. And I pretty much have it in focus here, but I'll show you. But you can see the contrast is so nice tonight. Look at that. There's the beautiful clouds of Venus right there that are dark. So now once we get this, one great thing about, well, I'll mention that in a bit. Okay, draw your region of interest here. And then this tells you where we're at. And then all you have to do is click this alignment box and then this cut box here that keeps it in there. And what's great about fire capture is, see how the thing is moving there? I'm tapping the scope and notice the Venus is staying right in place, which is really great. If I remove all that, see, that ruins the alignment and stacking process. But once I do the alignment box, see, it's absolutely fantastic. And this makes it smaller size. And this is what it looks like at 100%. Look at that. That is beautiful right there. Look at that. Those are the cloud features of Venus. And then all we do at this point is just hit capture. And I'm getting 135 per second. And then once I process it in AutoStacker, and that's a pretty good graph, here's how it appears. And I lowered the contrast, and then when I hit, I have these presets here. Look at that. And then I have another one that's just a little bit sharper. Look at that. That is incredible. And you can actually see those cloud features right there. Really nice contrast tonight, and we're not always this lucky to be able to see the cloud features as well. And also the scene is very good. Notice there's very little scintillation in the image.
Okay, so any questions on how I capture the image? And if you're going to get started in this, it's good to get this right here. It's Astromania Specialized Planetary Filter Set, and this goes for only $78, $26 a filter. It has the UV, IR, and 685, and also the Jupiter methane. Now, if you're really going to get into it like I have, you want to get the high-end filters, and the two best ones are the Chroma U Bessel or the Astrodon U Venus, and these are about $300 each. And you get what you pay for. You do get a much better image with this than with this, but it's good to start with the filter set. And I neglected to mention when I was tapping the telescope, that simulated a gust of wind. Everyone's experienced this when you image, all of a sudden you get a gust of wind and the image starts blowing like this, and that wreaks havoc when you try to align and stack. You're losing resolution. So Firecapture has this nice auto guiding feature, and SharpCap is an alternative program that you can use. So let's now stack.
Here's how I go about processing the Venus image. Open it up. And here's the video. And then make sure sharpen is checked, and also that open in registers is checked. And then the default settings are fine, and analyze. And then I usually use between 5 and 10,000 frames, depending on the scene, 25% to 33%. So let's use about 7,000 frames here. And then 40 is a good size. And then once you place the alignment points, look at that, because it's very bright, it'll also attach to the background. However, there's a fix for that. If you just adjust this minimum brightness, notice it will only be in the planet. And then adjust it down a little bit so you have minimum amount. 23 is about the best here. And then just hit stack. And it tells you what it's doing. I have a very fast computer, 8 cores, 16 threads, and 64 gigs of RAM here. And there we are, all done. And then I like to put it even. And then I adjust the contrast down to about 70, where this is a line. And then do all. And then I save, and I call this Auto Stacker. And I have some presets here. Venus 1, and notice what the denoise, sharpen, and preview values are for layer 1, 2, 3, etc. Take a screenshot of this and adjust it. Notice that. See if I reset it. That's the aligned and stacked. And now there's the and these were given to me by Dr. Alberto Segues, who's also a ALPO member. And then what I'll do is save this and call it Venus 1. And then I adjusted, played around with it a little bit. And here's another setting I use, Venus 2. And I find sometimes Venus 1 works better setting, sometimes Venus 2 works better. So I usually process both.
Wow.
And there's our processing in Auto Stacker, and Registax.
Okay, so any question on that? I don't use drizzle because I find it makes it too large and you got to push the processing more. It's better to just do it the same, not use drizzle, and they can always resample later in Photoshop 1.5 to whatever. It works much better that way. I know for Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, most people always drizzle in Auto Stacker, but for Venus, I don't think it's really that necessary. So any questions on? Okay, moving on.
I have one, but my
Okay,
hand is, I hope, I'm
sure.
gonna be quick because I got a fan going in the background. What's your recommended video recording length? And do you recommend taking those and stacking each set of videos? Just do what you got, be happy with it.
Oh, okay. What I was doing originally, John, was I was taking 1-minute videos and taking a lot of them, like 10, 15 of them, and then combining them in this program here called PIP, Planetary Image Preprocessor, and getting one huge video. And then I took, 10, 15, 20% of those. And then I had a personal the Zoom talk with Clyde Foster, who's also an ALPO member from South Africa. And he gave me a great idea. He said, take a longer 5-minute video of Venus because there's not much rotation. Venus has 2 central meridians. CM1 is the surface, which you never see. And then CM2 are the cloud features. And I checked in WinJupos, and in 5 minutes, the cloud features only rotate 0.3 degrees. So the atmospheric scintillation is going to be causing much more havoc than the little bit of rotation. And so that's what I do from now on. I go 5 minutes on the UV, and I'll go about 4, even 3 minutes on the IR, and you'll see why, because it can get a lot more frames per second. But that works a lot better. So take one longer 5-minute video and then process that. So what I was processing was a 5-minute video, not a combination of shorter videos combined. That's what you was talking about, right?
Thank you. You also have a question in the chat, I noticed.
Okay. What's the question? I can't see the question on the chat. Can somebody read it out, please?
Oh, I'm here, I'll do it.
Okay.
Greg, how are you able to get such a high frame rate using an UV filter? Cannot see the image on my laptop unless we slow the frame rate down to only 10 FPS.
I don't know. I'm using a ZWO camera. I decreased the region of interest here. So notice when I'm full frame, it's only 35.8. It's only 36 frames per second. But when I do this, see, do a little region of interest, and I make it a little larger because it's daylight out. So there's a lot more drift. So I wasn't exactly polar aligned and exactly aligned on any one star. So it's that's a whole trick in itself to try to find Venus in the daylight. But so I get this region of interest, and then once you do this cutout here, see that gives me the 136. I guess it's just the ZWO camera. This is a 6 megapixel camera, and the size is 2.4 micron per pixel. So the 2.4 micron pixels. So it's pretty small size. I like the smaller size because I'm using a smaller telescope. So the smaller the pixel size, the larger your image will be on your screen. And these are very bright objects, so you're not losing any light. It's not like deep sky. So you want smaller pixels. So does that answer your question? I guess it's just the camera I'm using. And wait till you see the IR, I get a lot more. Okay, so all right, so next. And then use a gaming computer too. I use this MSI computer, which is really, really fast, has high-end components. Okay. Called Astra Image, which is not free. It's only $42 US. Google Astra Image. And if we open up our first Venus 1 image, I go to deconvolution, and then say sharp, that's too much. So we'd want to go probably about half of that. Oh, that looks really nice. So let's save that. And then I'll also do the second one, Venus 2. Now this is sharpened more, so we don't have to, we only have to do 1 to 2 deconvolution. So one looks really nice. And that's the sharpening using the deconvolution feature in Astra Image. Next, and then what I find is sometimes the Venus 1 setting works better, sometimes the Venus 2. And what I find is a general rule of thumb, if the scene is better, I find you don't have to push the deconvolution as much. And usually Venus 2 tends to look better with better seeing, and then Venus 1 looks better if the scene's not as great. So just I found that out as it's a general rule of thumb. And now next I do what's called a high pass filter, and you can use this filter with Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn too. Watch what happens. This is a fantastic filter that increases contrast and sharpens the image without oversharpening. Open up the Venus images in Photoshop. This is Photoshop CS4. Photoshop Elements also has this feature. I use what's called a high pass filter, and I'll go over this. First, we want to duplicate this layer, and then we go to Filter, Other, High Pass. Then you get this funky looking thing here, and you can adjust the pixel elements here, but I find 3 works really well. So we'll leave it that, and then we go here, and then we put overlay. And if you click on and off, you can see high pass filter applied, high pass filter off, see? And then I also like, usually overlays a little too much, so I like soft light too, notice. Filter on, filter off. And there's also the opacity, which decreases how much of the filter is applied. Here we have 100%, here 75, see? And then here 50. So we just play around with this and see what looks the most natural here. And so that looks pretty good. And then what you want to do is layer, flatten image. And then you can try auto tone, or just, if that's too much, just increase the levels here. And then once that looks good enough, I'll rotate it so that north is up, and then just crop it. And I'll label this Photoshop North Up. And I'll do the same for Venus 2 and see which one looks the best. There'll be subtle changes in both, so I'll pick the best one. Okay, and that's it. Any questions on the high pass filter? There are a lot of tutorials on YouTube on how to use the high pass filter. So this is a really nice filter for sharpening planetary images without really over sharpening and having really sharp edges and everything. So now there's another.
Now, a real hidden treasure is this program called AstroSurface, which was made aware to me by ALPO Mercury division member Frank Maiello. And once we open up our video here, we hit register. There's tutorials on YouTube on this. And then detect. And now what is not intuitive is you have to double click on this to make this green. And that activates everything. Open graph and analyze. So it's got 1, 2, and then do this analyze here. And here's the graph. Somehow this graph looks better than it did in AutoStacker. And what I'll do is, like I said, here the graph looks better, so I'll do 10,000. That's 33%. And then you could do global or multi-points. I'll do multi-points. And we set here, just like an AutoStacker, and then just stack. And there we are. And there it is. And then we'll save this. This is the raw image stat. So I'll call this AstroSurface. And then what we'll do is go to filters, wavelets, deconvolution. And these settings were given to be also by Dr. Alberto Segues. And notice, there it is. And notice these values here, so adjust them accordingly. And then I'll just save this as AstroSurface 2. And that's it. And then I'll take that and do the deconvolution again and the high pass filter. But this is another way of aligning and stacking and initially sharpening Venus or any other planet using this new program called AstroSurface. And here's a quick side-by-side view. This is using the Venus 1 setting in Registax, the Venus 2 setting in Registax, and here's AstroSurface.
Okay, now I start IR imaging. So any questions on ultraviolet, the capture, Registax, AstroSurface, the Astro image, and the high pass filter? So that's basically my technique for getting the cloud images of Venus. No? Okay. So now we move toward infrared imaging.
And here's how I go about capturing an infrared image. I'm using the same scope, Meade LX200 GPS, 10-inch, except this time I'm using the 290 mm CWO. It's more sensitive than the 178 in the infrared. And I'm using an Antlia 850 nanometer long pass filter. So do the same thing, get it in focus here. And then change from here UV to IR. These presets are fantastic. And notice the frame rate, 178. And now watch, when I do the region of interest, about 170, it jumps to 400 or 500. It's amazing. And I forgot to mention, this tapping the telescope simulates a gust of wind. So if we get a gust of wind, this is what happens. You get a good gust. And fortunately, Fire Capture has this alignment box built in that just keeps it centered. Also, I forgot to mention, I like to underexpose it a little bit with the gain because when you process it, it tends to be overexposed if you have it at normal gain. So turn down the gain a little bit, and this looks good, and we're ready to go. And look how many we're getting here. Now, the first one, I go about 4 or 5 minutes in the ultraviolet. In the infrared, you can go 2 minutes because within 2 minutes you get about 100,000 frames, and that's plenty. So that's basically it for the infrared. Infrared.
So any questions on that? So that's the capture, basically the same as UV. But notice how many frames per second I'm getting. I'm getting like 500 frames per second. It's amazing, you know, and it's not as noisy, the infrared, which is nice. And use this 850 nanometer filter. ZWO actually gives the 850 IR usually as a bundle. If you buy one of their cameras, it's only $22, the ZWO. This one was 40. So for some reason, the IR filters are much less expensive than the UV.
Image is processed similarly in AutoStacker and Registats. Here we have the quality graph. But with infrared, we get a lot more images in 5 minutes. Usually I go about 4 minutes here, and it's 75,681. So we could stack a little more, like 15 to 20,000 images. So let's stack 15. And here, this is about right here. 17 is a good amount here. 14's better. You don't have to do that many. 10. Let's go with 14 and just stack. And this goes very, very fast, tells you what it's doing right here. And make sure the sharpen has been clicked. It's very critical for this. And all done. And then I'll do the same here. Decrease this to about 70%, the contrast. You may be able to do the same with the gamma here, but I like using the contrast. And then save this. AutoStacker. And then here, that pushes it a little too much. So usually I don't save this. I process the rest in AutoStacker. I mean, AstroSurface. So let's go to AstroSurface. Now for the mid-latitude clouds, I use AstroSurface. And here we open, but we got to use this file, the CONV. That's why it's critical that AutoStacker had that sharpened checked. And then once we have this CONV file, we increase it a little bit, go to geometry, go between 1 to 2, and then go to filters and wavelets deconvolution. And notice the settings here are different. These were given to me by Dr. Cedeo from Portugal. Sorry for pronouncing the name incorrectly. But this gives the natural image of Venus in the infrared. And then just save this as AstroSurface 1. Okay. And then what I'll do is go back and push it a little further, go back and get the CONV, increase it again. And now this time we hit sharpen filter. And notice the settings here. Take a screenshot. These were also by Dr. Citadeo. And notice this darker area here are the mid-latitude clouds. You do get some edge burn with this, unfortunately, but and then just I'll save this as astrosurface 2. And then I'll just a little bit further hit it with 3. Notice the values here, and notice it's even darker, and you can increase a little bit here if you like, and then just save that astrosurface. And then I'll go back and do the exact same thing, go to Astra Image, see if the deconvolution gives me a little better results, and then go back to Photoshop or Photoshop Elements and see how the high pass filter works, and then do the templates. So basically it's the same from this point on as I did for the infrared, for the ultraviolet. And sometimes if the scene is not the greatest, you get these artifacts on the edge here, and those are very easily eliminated. Just increase the size a bit, and go to this dodge tool, and then hit Alt and left click, and where that plus sign is, it's taking pixels from there and superimposing them. So it's black there, so it's just essentially erasing all of that. And then just go back to 100, and there it is, all done. That artifact has been eliminated.
And that's it. That completes my presentation. So any questions on anything? So that's my technique for processing Venus images. It's a little different than doing, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. And the nice thing is you don't have to worry about RGB filters, and there is no color because you're in monochrome and the ultraviolet, the infrared. So,
Yeah.
Greg, we have a question in the chat. It's from Jim Milka.
Sure.
What's the difference in cloud types in UV versus IR?
Oh, okay. The UV clouds are upper atmosphere and IR are mid latitude. They're low in the atmosphere. And the reason they're dark is because there's an unknown ultraviolet absorber in the clouds. And that's the UV filter lets through, these filters let through ultraviolet light from 320 nanometers to 380, about 98%. So it lets it through. So the fact that they're dark means you're not getting UV light from there because it's being absorbed. And so the whiter parts are actually reflected sunlight off of the clouds, and those lack the UV absorber. That's why they appear. Light. See, so whatever has the UV absorption appears dark because the UV light is not hitting the filter or the CMOS sensor, and then whatever appears white does not have the UV absorber, and so it appears bright due to reflected sunlight. And the same is true for the mid-latitude clouds. Okay. So, because it's counterintuitive, why would they be dark? So.
Yeah, Greg. Yeah, that was an excellent presentation. I learned something for myself too.
Thank you. That was the goal.
Okay. I think we had discussions before. I don't know whether it was email or maybe we had a personal webcam. We were discussing about whether or not if I should image Venus through the ultraviolet filter using the Barlow lens instead of the prime on prime focus.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, I did a little experiment myself. One image through the ultraviolet filter at prime focus, and another image through the 2 times follow lens. Like, of
Right.
course, it doubled the magnification in one. I didn't find too much difference as far as contrast. I still get the same UV details as the prime focus and one with the bottle lens. But I do understand sometimes most of the bottle lens absorb the ultraviolet. And
Right.
otherwise you have to increase the exposure or you get lesser contrast. But I don't
Right.
really find the difference between the two. But maybe you did.
Well, I followed Dr. Julius Benton's advice. He said not to use a Barlow, and I didn't. But I joined the HST Jupiter groups.io, and that's an international group. So I've been submitting my images there as well as the ALPO. I've done 113 images of Jupiter Jupiter, 113 images of Venus this apparition. It's been very clear in Florida until July hit in this heat wave. So I've been out every night after dinner imaging. And I find that the people in Europe are using Barlows and they're getting just as good images, if not better than mine. So I really don't know if the, Barlow makes a difference, but I didn't use a Barlow and do it prime focus. Dr. Venable informed me when I was doing the Mars, I was doing the Mars for the Astronomical League, the Mars Award, not to use a star diagonal prism because, and what a difference it makes. If you don't use a star diagonal prism, your focus is so much better and sharper. That mirror really distorts things. So never use a diagonal prism, just go prime focus. But to Barlow or not to Barlow is the question.
Yeah. But it's also what kind of camera you use, because you're using a smaller pixel or something like that.
Yeah. Always use the smaller pixel size, especially with a smaller scope, because it'll make the image larger.
Yeah, if you magnify it, make the pixel larger, it won't blur the image.
Right. It's almost like gaining aperture without having the larger scope. If I have a smaller pixel size.
Tim, may I interject, Tim?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 quick things. I'm on my wife's laptop, so I have a picture here. That's why it says Carla. I don't know if this is going to come through, but this is the cover of the current journal, the summer issue, and that is, guess whose picture on the front?
Shanos.
Mr. Shanos, whose name unfortunately keeps getting mispronounced as a certain so-called legislator in New York, but that's a different story. There's a great article or paper, as we call them, in this journal, which brings to mind another question, because we got to keep moving to the next speaker.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay. One last thing here, Greg. What you covered was very, very detailed. What would you estimate for someone who gets a chance to go out in the backyard, let's say 2 or 3 nights a week? What would be a learning curve for them? 6 months, a year, 2 months? Because this is a lot of good work, and that's a super good picture on the cover.
Thanks.
But to be realistic, the ALPO, like a lot of other organizations, is, quote, aging out. And a lot of us are computer illiterate, not me at least, but what would you estimate people need to devote, how long to get reasonable results to do something like what you've done? Because you're very high up there, and we're starting down here.
No one's starting down here in the ALPO. Believe me, I've seen incredible images of Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. It takes several months, maybe a good year, I would say. You just, there's a learning curve for everything. You got to get the camera, you got to learn the software. Usually, ZWO has its own proprietary, image capturing software, QHY, Player One does. But either Fire Capture or Sharp Cap are much better than those other ones. And most images use Sharp Cap or fire capture. And then, you know, there's auto stack with Registax. I introduced you to Astra Image, has an excellent deconvolution feature, and then Photoshop or Photoshop Elements. You know, that high pass filter is really excellent for, you know, if you use a normal sharpening filter, you'll see everything will be so blown out sharp and it'll look terrible. But use that high pass filter. It looks very natural and soft.
Okay.
So.
Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it back over to Tim.
Okay.
Hey, great
on.
job. This is Julius. Excellent job. Greg is one of our most active Venus observers. He really is. Always appreciate great work.
Thank you.
Greg, there's one more question in the chat, and it's from Kim Hay. And she'd like to know if you could just put out a list of all the software that you use for doing your imaging.
And we can publish that in the journal too.
Yeah, that would be great. Fantastic. Okay. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Richard Schmoody. Richard, he attended his PhD in physical chemistry from Texas A&M in 1994. He's currently the professor of chemistry at Gordon State College in Barnesville, Georgia, and the coordinator of the Jupiter and remote planet sections in the ALPO. And he's given a number of talks today. His first one is highlights of the 2022-2023 Jupiter apparition. Take it away.
Okay. Do you have the talk?
Do you want me to share it?
Please share it. Yes, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. Let me see here.
Okay, everyone. How many? I hope you've all been able to see Jupiter. It's in the early morning now in mid-2023. And what I want to do is talk about highlights of the previous year, starting early in 2022, going to March of 2023, roughly. So spring to spring. And just an overview of the talk. Next slide. Is first off, I want to make some introductory remarks. I don't want to lose anyone straight off. I mean, this is more of an observational talk. I'm going to analyze the images of people like Greg Shanos. In fact, Greg is one of the people, I believe, who sent in Jupiter images last year too, so I appreciate that. And then take a look at some changes on Jupiter. 3 of them I feel are very significant. First off, we had an eruption of very small dark spots called the South Temperate Belt North Jet Stream. And of course, this has happened before, but it was very distinct around August and September of last year. Then I want to talk about the continued growth of the South Temperate Belt. This is a belt that started growing probably close to 2 years ago, and it's almost wrapped around the planet, but not quite. And then I'm really excited about this third one, and that is there's a methane band North Polar Hood, but it's very faint. It's not as distinct as the South Polar Hood. And I just first became aware of it looking at the 2022 images. And of course, people are now imaging this in 2023. And then, of course, finally wrap up some conclusions and acknowledgments. So in the next slide, I'm going to use some abbreviations here, like, for example, NPH is North Polar Hood, STB, South Temperate Belt, and then, of course, the South Temperate Belt North Jet Stream is STBN-jet. So anyway, and so there you go. So in the next slide, basically measuring wind speeds on Jupiter. What you do is you take a look at an image, put it in WinJupos, which is the software I use, and you measure the longitude of the feature. And of course, WinJupos knows exactly what date and time the image was taken because of its name. Okay, so you write that down, write the date down, and then continue these measurements for at least several days. I recommend 30 days at least, although a few features last so short that you can maybe get them in a few days if they're going real fast. And then you create a longitude on the vertical axis versus time on the horizontal axis, and you compute the slope. And I just use a Microsoft Excel and use a least squares routine for that. And then you can get the drift rate from the slope. Now, the drift rate describes how many degrees of longitude a feature moves in 30 days. That's sort of the standard. And from that, you can compute things like the wind speed with respect to the magnetic field of Jupiter, System 3. Okay, so in the next slide, the software I use is called WinJupos. And the key, folks, for people like Greg, who just talked about imaging, is it needs to be named properly. The 4-digit year, followed by the 2-digit month, starting with January 01. And then the date, and if there's a single digit, you always proceed with the 0. So February 4th would be 0204. And then 4-digit universal time, and then to the nearest tenth of a minute. Of course, I load the image into WinJupos, and then you can just use your cursor, and it will give you the longitude and latitude of any point on Jupiter. So it's been a really very helpful software package, not only for me, but I'm sure for others, Venus, Saturn, Mars especially. All right, and the next slide, you will notice that Greg, he didn't really talk about methane band imaging, but I believe he had it on his list. Methane band light is very special because it can only go a certain ways down and then it can't go any further. So if you have a very thin cloud, it'll go down, a thin cloud at high altitude, it'll go down, and some of the light will be directed back to the telescope. So methane band images can detect high altitude clouds. Visible light and even near infrared, as Greg pointed out, that goes deeper, okay? And so basically with varying the filters, like I've done, and even in the previous speaker alluded to this, you're able to image the high altitudes or the low altitudes, high altitude for UV, low altitude for the near infrared, as Greg pointed out. And it's the same way here. And I'm real excited. There's a lot of high quality methane band imaging being done. And it has, my guess, has improved just in the last couple of years. So anyway, now the next slide, this is an image. Now I want to talk about results. 3 results: the south temperate current, the south temperate belt reemergence, and the methane band bright area in the north polar hood. Okay, the 2 white arrows show a series of spots. Can anyone tell me how many spots you see? Count them. I'm listening, waiting for an answer. How many little dark spots do you see?
14.
14. Well, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Tiny one there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 and 11, but I think they're merging. 12, 13, 14. And there might even be a 15. So very good, very good, very good. The problem with this current is it's very active, and sometimes you get spots that merge together. And so that's why it's very important to have a lot of images, preferably taken in different parts of the world, because just in a few hours, things can change. All right, so what I do is I take and measure the system 2 longitude for each of these features, and then I record the date and the time. You got to get to the nearest tenth of a day, usually is what I try to round off to. And then what you do is you plot out the results as shown in the next graph. Now, I'm only showing 3 of the several features, and I've got the system 2 longitude plotted on the vertical axis, and the number of days after March 31st, 2022 on the horizontal axis. And you can see the spots fall on nearly a straight line. Measure the current or the slope using linear least squares routine, and you come up with an equation. Y is essentially the system 2 longitude. You've got the slope here, 2.5774 degrees per day. because I plotted in units of days here. And then this number shows what the longitude would be if you went back to March 31st. But anyway, the important number is the 2.5774 for C19. Multiply that by 30, that'll give you how many degrees that feature moves in 30 days. Okay, now I've got a question for you. We got 3 spots here. Which spot is moving the fastest? In other words, has the most negative drift rate? Which feature? C19, C15, or C13? Which is moving fastest? Anyone?
C19.
C19. Very good. Yeah, it's the highest value per day. Multiply it by 30. You're going to multiply them all by 30, and you're going to come up with something like, about 80 roughly degrees per 30 days. All right, now this is what it was in mid-22, actually sort of August, September timeframe of 2022. The question is, will this come back? Is it active even after then? My guess is, but the problem is you need images almost every day. These spots move quickly, and if you do images every 3 or 4 days, good luck, because I'm not sure you're going to get good results. Okay, that's why you need frequent images, preferably from Japan, Europe, Philippines, and then of course, United States, Latin America. All right, so let's just take a brief look at the last few years. I do want to point out in this table, I did not really measure too many drift rates during the late 2010s because of COVID, among other things. But here you can see we had an active South Temperate Belt North jet stream way back 13 years ago with the main system 2 drift rate of 75. And then, of course, notice that we had an active current in the following years. And then nothing in 2015, 16, and then 2017 through 2019, I didn't notice too much. That's not to say there wasn't, but starting in 2020, again, not too much. But again, we've got minus 74. Now, of course, John Rogers talks about this current as well in his book that I will point out to you, still a classic. Here, The Giant Planet Jupiter. So very good. Generally speaking, the South Temperate Belt North jet stream has a drift rate of around, quote me if I'm wrong, or correct me if I'm wrong, around minus 90 typically. So my value for 2023 is a little less negative than the historical mean. All right, so that's the South Temperate Belt North jet current. My prediction, I think it will be there in the coming apparition, the one that we're in now. Again, August, September, October is generally when we have the most images, and I'm going to be especially on the lookout then to perhaps try to get some more drift rates. I do want to point out that I believe I had 17 spots tracked. There were more than that, but again, I have to have images over every day or so to be able to get accurate drift rates. All right, now moving on, second change is the growth of the South Temperate Belt. And you can see in the arrow here, I've got a vertical arrow showing where it sort of starts, although there's a faint portion even to the left of that. And then the arrow over here on the right shows the South Temperate Belt extending over to the right. And then again, this is taken July 24th by Christophe Pellier, excellent image. And then, about 2 weeks later, taken by Efren Morales. And again, you can see it covers almost the whole width of Jupiter here. Now, this is a new belt that developed, I believe, about 2 years ago with Clyde Spot. I may be wrong on that, but it grew in 2021-2022, and it has continued to grow during the apparition I'm talking about. I will say I took a look at an image just this week. It still hasn't reached 360 degrees. We'll see if it does, but it's close. All right, in the next table, I'd like to show some results. This is just how it developed during the 2022. It went from about 180 degrees longitude extent to about 320 degrees just a couple of months later. And its northern and southern borders are summarized here. They compare pretty well with the historical values that John Rogers lists in his classic book. So anyway, stay tuned on this feature. Now, perhaps the development I'm most excited about is the one that I want to show you in the next slide. And I've been studying the south. Just take a look at the bottom. North is at the top, south at the bottom. The southern polar hood is quite distinct. You can see that. But I just noticed the northern hood this year. It's a very faint cloud bank, much thinner than in the south. And then it's even got some detail here. You can see in the image taken by Christophe Pellier that there's actually even a little, I don't know, front or whatever coming down. Again, this is quite interesting. And I know Chris Go has imaged it this year, and I believe another person right in Macon, Georgia, imaged it just a few days ago. So this is a feature to keep an eye out on. I'm very excited about it. The question is, will it have a seasonal change? Will it change seasonally? We're going to have to see on that. All right, in the next slide, I just summarized some of my measurements of this feature here. As I said, it was imaged by Chris Go. Mean latitude is around 67 or 68 degrees north. That's based on a few measurements I made in September, I believe, of last year, September of 2022. And then there is, like I said, a southern pointing bulge that extends around 5 degrees of latitude farther south. Again, so this is a very interesting cloud, very high altitude. We need to keep an eye on to see if it changes seasonally. Right now, Jupiter is approaching its northern summer solstice. I believe it's going to be there this October or thereabouts. So again, there you go. So now, conclusions. There's in the next slide, I want to list my conclusions. 3 of the conclusions, again, there's many more, but I felt as though I only had time to talk about these 3. The South Temperate Belt North Jet Stream was indeed active in 2022, 2023. Let's see if it remains that way in the current apparition. And then the South Temperate Belt is a nearly complete belt now. Let's just keep an eye on it. Maybe it'll expand a little bit more. But this is something to keep a watchful eye out on. And then a faint North Polar hood developed last year. It may have been visible earlier, but again, it's the camera technology. And am I just watching for it too? That's the other thing. I mean, sometimes I have the tendency to focus on one thing and overlook something that is maybe a little fainter. So again, it would be interesting to see if people imaged this before last year. And most importantly, the next slide, I do want to thank some people here. Jim Tomney's done a very good job of maintaining the Jupiter website. We have, I think, 1,477 images from the previous apparition. Takes a lot of work to do that. And then all the observers who submitted images. And then finally, Tim Robertson, who coordinated this meeting, has done a very good job as far as I can see. So anyway, that's about all I have to say. I am currently working on the 2022-2023 apparition. I'm looking forward to seeing John Rogers's apparition reports online. I try not to read those until after I've written my report, and then I can go in from there. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm willing to answer any questions you have.
The 2022 Jupiter report will be in the autumn issue of the journal, which leads me to ask all of you, how many of you actually, now be honest, read through all or part of the journal? Hands, please. Okay, that's encouraging if it's true.
I read it all.
No, I don't expect that. I tell people here locally when I bring a couple extra copies to a local club meeting, if you can get past page 35 and you're not asleep, we're doing really good. But
Richard, I
by the
have
way,
a question.
that was Sean Dillis who just piped in there. He is my editor of the journal, and I depend on him heavily. So
I have a question for Richard.
Yes,
sir.
I noticed that in the graph that you made of the migration of these spots in the belt,
Yes.
and the rate of the slope indicated the rate of migration. There is in the spots a slight deviation from the constant rate. That is, some are slightly above the line and some of the spots are slightly below the line.
yes.
And it seems to me that a deviation from the constant rate, if it's measurable, will give you an indication of the turbulence in the belt. And I just think I want to know your opinion, since you've measured so many of these images, whether you think those deviations are due to uncertainties in the measurement due to the difficulty of measuring, especially images that are somewhat blurry, or whether they might actually be true deviations in velocity of the spots at that time.
Interesting question, and I need to think about that. That was Roger, right?
Yep.
Roger Venable.
That's a me.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, and that needs to be looked at statistically. If I were to guess, I'm going to have an uncertainty of something on the order of a degree of measurement. That's due to determining the exact border of the feature. Perhaps the time is a little off. Perhaps I didn't place the grid quite right. You see, in WinJupos, you have to place the grid just right. But anything above a degree, I think you're going to have some type of turbulence. That's my guess. But again, I need to go back and think about that. That's a very good point. I did address this a few years ago with something else, and I just remember vaguely that the drift rate seemed to be different at different longitudes. And of course, we know that is the case with oval BA. That's pretty much been shown. And I believe that the current I was thinking of was a south-south temperate current, but like I said, I may be wrong on that. So again, that's a very good point, Roger, and I'm going to make a note of that now. Turbulence or error. That would be a very good analysis to do, and go from there.
Now we have a question. We have a question in the chat from Jim Milka, and he wants to know: are there interactions between the belts and zones?
Interactions between belts and zones. Well, the zones and the belts, from what I understand, are going at different rates. Again, it depends on what you mean by interactions. The one that I think of classically is sometimes you get white spots developing in the north equatorial belt that kind of spill over. I'm again not sure there are interactions because again you have these big drift or a big gradient in wind speeds. And of course you got the jet currents. And of course the other problem is you're not looking at the same altitude. Some of these features, the belts are typically lower than the zones. And so again, it would be difficult for me to answer that question. You're talking about differences in altitude as well. I'm sure there's some kind of interactions. I'm not sure what they are.
Okay, very good. There's no further questions.
Yeah, I have one.
Okay.
Yeah, Rich. Yeah, very good talk.
Thank you.
Have you done any measurement with the red spot? I mean, there was so much reading reports about the size and the dripping and getting smaller and smaller. Yeah. Have you done any measurements with it the past year compared to other years?
Yes, good question. Yes, I did some. It's according to my measurements, it's slightly smaller than in the previous year. And I know John Rogers has done some really excellent work with that too. And again, just in the last 3 or 4 years, it has gotten smaller by several percent, the east-west. Now, the only thing I want to say about the Great Red Spot is you have to be careful you're comparing an apple with an apple, because the Great Red Spot appearance changes. In 2022, it was a sort of an oval shape, had an outer dark border and then an inner area and then a very dark spot. So again, I went from the edge of the dark border to the edge of the dark border to make my measurements. And you have to be kind of consistent with that. And so, but yes, and John has talked about this many times. And yes, I've confirmed that, especially, I think I looked at images back in the 1920s or something like that. And what is surprising to me too is the shrinkage may even be accelerating, particularly in, I believe it was the 2020 apparition, where pieces of the Great Red Spot were coming off, it looked like, called flaking. And so it's an interesting thing to watch. It's not always shrinking. It did rebound a little bit, as I recall, in 2020. But very good question. And so these ovals don't just stay static. I mean, they change in size. And I guess it's just like hurricanes and cyclones here on the Earth, and typhoons that they get over in China.
I noticed we have Greg, you have your hand up. Is that for a question? You're muted.
I can't hear you.
Dr. Rogers had it before me. He can go first.
Oh, okay. Go for it, John.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Richard, thanks very much for a very interesting talk. And I think you may be ahead of us in completing the apparition report for those southern hemisphere things like the STB. But I just wanted to ask about the North Polar Hood in the methane images. Have you tried correlating the visibility of that in methane images with the type of camera that people were using? Because I mean, there has always been a North Polar Hood, but usually it's been just a pretty diffuse thing, visible only near the limb in amateur images. But a year or two ago, many imagers started using the latest camera. Sorry, I forget its number, not being one myself, and have got much better, sharper, more sensitive methane images. So I wonder if the better visibility and the much better resolution of it in 2022 is due to the new camera.
That's a very good point, John, and that is definitely a possibility. I guess you need a very good dynamic range to kind of, enhance that, just like what Greg showed. And so that's definitely a possibility. Also, possibly, if you get a more sensitive camera, maybe you can cut down on the passband of the filter as well. I don't know. I think that the camera definitely needs to be looked at and considered. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and maybe even look at the filters these people are using too, and get how the passband of the filter, how many nanometers it has. Typically, they have 10 nanometers, something like that. But very good. That's a very good point, John.
Yeah, thanks, Richard.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make a point that, like, people getting started, this Astromania planetary filter set includes the Jovian methane filter. Mm-hmm. So for $78, which is $26 a filter, you can't go wrong. But you want to get the best one, which is the Chroma Jovian filter, which is $300, which is the one I use. And Clyde Forster has an excellent technique for imaging methane and UV. What he does is he bins it 2 by 2 when he takes the image, and because methane is very, very noisy, and it's also very dim in most cameras. So if you bin it 2 by 2, it makes a 2 by 2 super pixel, but it's half the size, but it's a lot brighter. And then what he does is, in auto stacker, he'll drizzle at 1.5, and then that brings it back up to the normal size, and it looks super. And I've done it for UV and methane, and I've done it without binning, and the binning and 1.5 drizzle is far superior to not using that technique. So that's really an excellent technique everyone should try. And also, I have one other question. What is Clyde spot exactly? Is that a permanent feature like oval BA? I hear a lot about it, but no one ever like defined it.
Very small oval, probably 3,000 or 4,000 miles across, about 3 degrees roughly. And it was interesting. It was unique because, as I recall, it had sort of a white area and a dark area, kind of like, one of those Chinese yin yang balls. Only
Yeah.
And it's very bright, I believe, in methane band light. I believe he detected, again, correct me if I'm mistaken, around May 31st, 2021. And it just started changing. And again, correct me if I'm not mistaken, I believe that eventually has led to the revival of the STB. I may be wrong on that, John, but that's my recollection.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, you're absolutely right. The Clyde spot started off as this very small, bright outburst, like a thunderstorm, though it was in 2020, actually, not 2021. And yes, it rapidly became a turbulent feature and has just carried on growing. And it is now a large part of the new STB, and it's actually the driver of most of those STB North jet stream spots that you described. I mean, most of them are emerging from the preceding end of what we now call STB segment G, but that's what's grown out of Clyde spot. So yeah, that was the start of something big in that domain, and it's still continuing to grow.
Oh, thank you.
All right, very good. No further questions, it looks like, and we are right on time pretty much. So we're going to take a little break here, 30-minute break. We will meet again at 18:45 Universal. I'm sorry, 19:15 Universal, 3:15 Eastern, and 12:15 Pacific time for the next half of today. All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
I get Tim. Yeah, I guess I'm next, right? 3:15.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I have Carl here. Well, Carl's gonna take my place tomorrow, right? You could have. Yeah. Okay. All right. Great.
I don't know how much you got on YouTube. Oh, boy. Explore Scientific. I need to find out more about Explore Scientific. Scientific Explore. It's sufficient. Smaller. On the
Hey, Tim.
Tim Roberts, Explore Scientific.
Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Tim? Hello, anybody there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I logged off the other computer and I'm on another laptop now. Can I be heard okay?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. 555.
Oh, shit. All right, let's say get rid of this.
All right, wait a couple more minutes for more people to come back online, and then we'll get going.
Well, Tim, you can hear me? Huh?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so my external webcam on my desktop doesn't work. Video doesn't work, audio does. I bought a new webcam, same problem. So I used my wife's laptop for part of the morning sessions. And now I'm using another laptop that I had hidden away. So that's why I'm able to do this now. And so I don't know why an external webcam, either one of them won't work. They're both USB ports. And I tried different ports, both, you know. So I don't know.
Don't know what to tell you.
I know.
All right. Hey, doing, Frank? You about ready? You're muted. You're muted.
Frank, you're muted.
Okay, yes, okay.
One before you get started, Frank.
Yes.
Don't forget to check your email for an important question I sent to you regarding your Mercury apparition report.
Okay. All right.
It's a minor thing in the table, but if you would write down a little note to make sure you look at it after tonight's session and get back to me.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, kicking off the second half of day one. Our next speaker is Frank Malillo. Frank has been active in the ALPO more than any other national organization since the beginning of his astronomy career. In 2001, he became the Mercury coordinator for the ALPO. The same year, Frank received the 2001 Walter Haas Award for the most outstanding contribution to planetary astronomer. This talk Frank's giving right now is What's Up with Mercury 2023. Frank's going to highlight the importance of observing and imaging the planet Mercury. Take it away, Frank.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Let's see, share my screen. Okay. All right. Okay, did everybody see the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, all right. All right, first of all, I want to thank everybody for appearing in a presentation here. I want to thank everybody. It's a pleasure to see everybody on the screen, but hopefully someday we all meet in person, and I hope that will happen soon. Like Tim said, I've been coordinator for the last 22 years since 2001, and I try to keep up with all observation I receive, and I report annual operation each year in the journal, and I have one in 2022 coming up shortly, or 2021. Over the years, I always talk about, many people about observing Mercury, like doing the local star party or a national star party, it's like Delphine or something. And when it comes to some of the people I talk to, when it comes to subjects like planetary observing, they always talk about Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and they're so well observed, and they've been talking about it. And very, very rarely they talk about Mercury, and it's really nice to see. But I explain to them, I talk to them, they always say to me that Mercury is so hard to see. They have a big, giant Dobson telescope. They only sit in one place. Mercury is never visible from where they have the telescope. The buildings, the trees are always in the way, and it's always low in the sky, and it's so hard to be visible with naked eye. Like you see Mercury during the favorite apparition after sunset, you see one night there, and then maybe in the next 2-3 nights it disappears. So it moves very rapidly. It's very hard to keep up with it. What I try to do is to encourage many people to observe Mercury, and they always something to see, but it's always hard to see because of the turbulent atmosphere that you have to look through. Like if it's visible naked eye, and you always have to look through the long, dense atmosphere, and there are always turbulence involved. It's very hard to see. And if it's very hard to see any detail on the surface, the way looking through Mercury, but if you're able to see the face like you see on the moon, then you're lucky enough to see something like whether with the crescent, a half a phase, or even the gibbous phase. But we can go a little bit beyond that. For the last 5-6 years, or maybe I should say within the 10 years, we see a lot of improvement in techniques and cameras, filters, and all. And Mercury really starts to show its secret. And what I like to do is in the next 15-20 minutes, I'm going to show you what many people are missing, assuming that it's nothing to see at Mercury. So I'm going to start with observation for the past year, like between late 2022 and the first half of 2023, and just give you an idea of what kind of observation I received to introduce you to the session. Okay. The funny thing about it that we have an occultation of Mercury by the moon. This is a very, very rare event. Now, I received this from Ron May from El Dorado Hills, California. In the morning of last October 24th, there was an occultation of Mercury by the moon, a very thin crescent moon that you have to be exact location where you're able to see the crescent moon and Mercury at the same time. Now, when the crescent moon is near Mercury, it seems to be very, very, very thin, maybe 1% or less. And what you see here, this is what he took of the very thin crescent moon during the morning twilight and hit Mercury itself right here, just before it occulted by the moon. Probably maybe within a minute or 30 seconds. And he took through the iPhone, through the 16mm eyepiece, using the 3.5 Questar telescope at 85. And this is amazing. I don't know if anybody see or hear anything about occultation Mercury by the moon. This is very, very well, very, very rare. I mean, I didn't even see myself. This is the only report I received there. But none of it I seen any publication, other magazine or something like that. But this is quite rare event there. I don't know how often it happens, but you have to be in the right place at the right time to see the occultation of Mercury by the moon. So we see Venus, and it's quite easily can be seen quite easily, but with Mercury, it's very, very rare. Okay, then moving along. I don't know, maybe many of you are aware of by Bill Sheehan. He's the retired psychiatrist, and he devoted his time history and planetary observing. So it's like a historian. So he had the opportunity to observe Venus through the 24-inch Clark refractor at the Lunar Observatory. And what you see here, the drawing that he did on October 15, 2022, and at that time, Mercury with gibbous. If you look at the right here, you will see that what Mercury by Winslow Jupiter's the image of the messenger spacecraft, and this is what Mercury appears at the day he was observing on October 15. Now, this what he did drawing very little, some kind of dark variation here, then a bright spot or something bright he saw here. But if you look carefully, he may able to detect this dark albedo feature and the two white equator, two white ejector. Those spots here are crater injector, which is sufficiently broad and bright. You don't see the crater itself, but they are sufficiently bright and broad, and they can be identified as spots, but really a crater. I'll show you more about it later on. Now with the Ryzen 25 filter, which increased the contrast, he did observe in the morning twilight, and then he able to detect maybe some dark variation, with related to this dark features that he saw here, and two bright spots which he saw there. So that's quite an achievement. To the 24-inch refractor, 27mm eyepiece, which gives the power of 360 times. So Mercury was a little bit on the small side and with Gibbons, so you must have had a good view. And of course, I will report that to the journal, 2022 Apparition Journal. And this is quite a, he's got a very good opportunity. And of course, he has more opportunity coming up, especially in October when Mercury appears favorable position in the morning sky. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. So this is quite a bit of drawing that he did with the 24-inch refractor. Okay, now we heard about Greg Channel's spectacular image of Venus, but not only Venus, but he did Mercury as well. And what is very interesting about it is that during October 16, 2022, Greg and I observed Mercury nearly at the same time. So that's quite an achievement that we did, and so that really shows that how well that we can able to make a major contribution to the Mercury session. Okay, this is his image. It was taken in 11 hours and 42 minutes universal time, and mine was taken 14 hours 32. So that's a little bit about 3 hours, about 3 hours difference. Okay, his images are spectacular. What you see these features here and correspond to well in my images right here, and you can able to detect the same features here. Now, this bright feature here, what I'm talking about, it's the white ejector rays right here, and this corresponds to this one. This is the image taken by the Mercury messenger image, and this is what Mercury appeared at the day that we were observing. So if you look carefully, we blur a little bit, so you'll be equivalent to the amateur-sized telescope. Okay, and so here's the two ray craters that we've been detected, and we got this one here, and of course there's one by the limb here, and I also have on the limb here also, so which corresponds to this. So this is most of the features that we able to detect during the imaging. This is quite outstanding. Of course, we use beta 685 nanometers. Mine was using 610. So it's his image here taken by 685. So there's more toward the red. They maybe keep a little more contrast there. And mine was taking 610 nanometers. So this is more like toward the visible light. So it's almost the same thing, but and what it does, were taken in the bright morning twilight, and mine were taken about full daylight here. This was taken like 10 o'clock local time in the morning. What it does with the red filter is to cut down the blue light, and also increase the contrast on the surface there. So that's why Mercury appears very easily visible with the daylight observing, because that's where you can get the most out of the image taken in daylight. So, and I have several more. So this is the one I took on October 22nd, and you can see those radio craters here. And this is corresponds very well with the messenger wind-Jupiter stimulator on the day I was observing. So it's telling me that we are able to detect features on the surface of Mercury that compare with the messenger spacecraft, and we can able to detect whether this feature is real or not. But most of the time that these features are very well imaged and taken with messenger. So luckily with the stimulator, it will help us to identify what we see on the surface of Mercury here. So, now remember, these are ray craters. We don't see the craters itself, but they are sufficiently broad and bright, and they're very easy to identify on the surface when we. Okay, here's another example of Gregory. We're taken October 23rd. His images are nearly taken under excellent conditions. Look at all the detail. Those white spots are ray craters there. And if you compare with the messenger here, you can identify all three of them here. This one here, this one there, and this one here. It's a very faint one right there. Then there's a Kuiper, which is the largest ray craters on the surface, and then you can barely see on the edge. But the funny thing about it is that why does it appear brighter here and very dim in the messenger image? So that's one question that we're able to analyze, probably due to the different solar angles. What then we're taken with the messenger spacecraft, because from this angle it appears brighter than in this angle. We're taken by the variety of position around the orbit of Mercury from the messenger spacecraft. So that's one thing we should analyze, why it appears brighter. And this is a very small ray craters compared to others. This is the largest one, right over here. The Kuiper, the brightest, the two largest here. And if you look carefully, these craters have a combination of three smaller white ray craters here. So it merged into one. So that's what appears very broad here. And these are several fainter ones here, up here, there. So you know, but even though if the albedo features, it can be detected, but the ray craters appears outstanding. It appears more outstanding than albedo features. Okay, now I spent a whole night to do this, to make an animation of my imaging and Gregory imaging within the 10 days of imaging Mercury. And what you see here, this is quite a standing animation. And it took me the whole night to do that. And, you know, between cropping and, you know, make sure nothing's jumping around and providing information there. So what is amazing about it is that you can able to detect the feature a lot easier by looking at an animation than a still photos. So for example, here's one greatest right here, and you can see it moves here. Now, you assume that this is the rotation. No, it's not a rotation. It's an orbital motion at Mercury going around the sun. Now, I'll explain this briefly, that Mercury takes about 88 days to go around the sun, and the rotation itself takes about 58 days. Now, it's very hard to determine exactly how easy to detect the rotation. It's very, very, very hard to detect the exact rotation. But if you look carefully, between the feature on the disk and the terminator, you can see that the ray craters, for example, that's easy to see, it moving a little bit faster than the terminator. So if that's able to determine that it's supposed to be a little, maybe a slight difference in as it rotate, the actual rotation and the orbital motion. So a lot of work has to be done in order to detect how well can we detect the rotation. Of course, the rotation which is covered by the radar, Arecibo telescope radar, back in the 1960s, something like that. And so you get able to, even visually in imaging, you can able to detect the motion, the rotation, if you do a lot more, it's more work to be done. Okay, we have Michael Madden, who's also the ALPO member. He took a very nice shot of the moon, crescent moon, and Mercury and Venus. Okay, this is the crescent moon, and this is Mercury. No, I'm sorry, this is Venus, and it's Mercury up here. As you can see, Venus much brighter and closer to horizon than Mercury. Very rarely you see Mercury above all the planets that are visible, visible here. Mercury appears higher than the crescent moon and higher than Venus. And most of the time when you see a planetary conjunction, Mercury is always in the lowest, closest to the horizon, and all the brighter planets are above it. But this time Mercury is above brighter planet of Venus still. Very rarely you see something like that. So this is part of, you can see during the conjunction is so between Mercury and the moon are so far apart because of the ecliptic change. Okay, here's another shot of by Gregory from last February. Unfortunately, the morning apparition is very poor, I see, from the northern hemisphere, because the eclipse is very shallow in morning sky. So Mercury's appear a lot lower than it should be. But when it's high in the sky, maybe you get a little lucky, something like that. But he got a very decent shot here, taken on February 14th. We can able to identify the 3 ray craters in the north and south direction right here. These names here, you're able to make it out. If you look carefully, you can see 3 individual ray craters here. They correspond very well with the messenger's image here. So this is it's not a bad shot considering the very poor apparition I've seen from the northern hemisphere. Okay, another person, Efrain Morales from Aguadillo, Puerto Rico, he had a fine shot of Mercury also back in April 10th. But the next image, you can able to identify what he may have captured. Another ray crater here, Horrendous, is located near, close to the limb. But somehow, I don't know how well you can see on the computer screen, but he may be able to see the spot here, but it's too close to the limb to identify, to really see if he actually imaged this white spot. But again, this was taken in the evening apparition. The evening apparition is very, very hard to image any detail on the surface because of the atmosphere turbulence there. I never had a good view of Mercury right at the sunset, never. Very rarely, I would say, but in the morning sky, you find the atmosphere much turbulence. And not only that, if you observe Mercury, and you can follow Mercury into the daytime time, and then you can able to watch Mercury at get high at the same time during the daylight hours. So that you get a better view and possibility. If you images, you can detect details on the surface, like I just shown you before. So this is one of the examples that the evening apparition is very difficult to take a very good shot. We have our own Rick Hill. Also, it's very active in imaging Mercury. You can see here that he tried to take the image of Mercury, but sometimes it's very, very hard. Like I said, in the evening sky, to take a very decent shot. But here's an example. That's what Mercury looks like on the day he was observing, and of course, he'd be able to detect the face. But other than that, the detail is very hard to think. You may capture maybe a ray crater right here, which corresponds to this. So again, is not very well taken in the evening sky by many people. Even though you use a dark red filter, 850 nanometer, so it helps to darken a blue background, but still it's hard. The atmosphere is very most of the time. Okay, again, we have not only the imaging of Mercury, we also have the sodium tail, which become very popular now in the amateur communication community. Of course, I gave a talk on this last year, and I have an upcoming paper coming up in journal about the sodium atmosphere by Mercury. It's a very quick glimpse at this. You just look like a comet. And what you see here, the sodium tail, this is Mercury. And what you see here, the sodium tail, which is blown away by the solar winds. So if you equip it with the sodium filter and put it on the camera, on a tripod, no, you don't need any telescope, something, maybe a telephoto lens or something like that, and use a very short time exposure before, when the sky gets darker, before it sets, we can able to capture the very small comet-like tail that you see here. So I have I have an upcoming paper be published very soon. So we're able to have an idea, what what the meaning of this, and all of a sudden, but the sodium tail is is known for a long time, but even back in the 80s, they knew that the Mercury's sodium tail is visible through the during that time, during the visible through the filter. Now it's in the hand of an amateur astronomer, and so you're able to detect the sodium. But these are the very close-ups taken by Steve Bellavita on Long Island. And if you take a closer look, if you look carefully, you can see a dark lane here. That is the shadow, Mercury's shadow against the sodium molecule here. So, like I said, you don't need a sophisticated telescope. You need a Bosch 90 millimeter, and of course, you need a telecompressor or 7.72 reducer, which been F4. So we have cameras, regular camera with equipped with a sodium filter, and with this optic, you're able to do 589 nanometers of narrowband strip, and emit only the sodium light. So this is the image that you're able to do this. So that's quite amazing now. But now there's not a project about this. How well it can be imaged and how long the tail can be respect to the sun, whether near perihelion, the point of closer to the sun, or in aphelion, when it's the point of furthest away from the sun, and what the difference. You see the tail longer or brighter or shorter or longer or broader. So that's the next project that the amateurs can do as Mercury going around the sun. So this may be an excellent project to do if you're working with a sodium filter. Okay, this is the most recent one that I took in a couple of months ago. It would take in the morning, like in the morning apparition. Like again, the morning I always, not only me, but even Gregory and other people too, get an excellent shot. Mercury. So let's give an idea that these are ray craters here, one here, and they're able to detect it. It's more around here. And you can see here the dark feature corresponds to this. And of course, Gregory did his image on the next day, right? We're taking June 10th to June 11th. And he was able to do that same feature that he captured that I did on the day before. And if you compare side by side, my image was taken on June 10th and Gregory June 11th, and you can see it corresponds very well with each other. So we both captured the same thing. And not only that, we both used the same telescope, the 10-inch me. So we have an equivalent resolution. So with the same type of camera, the filter. So basically we captured the same details there. That's great because we're able to verify what features real and what not. And so we're able to confirm that what we saw, these species are real. So we just detect. So this is amazing. So this is very important when there's something like this happen. We're able to verify each other's observation. Okay, the final image, the ALPO Mercury session will continue to collect observation. Don't forget, the professional astronomers are not really into this anymore because when they have to study Mercury, they go to the messenger's data file, and they study Mercury from the messenger's data file. But not much scientific contribution can be done by amateur astronomers. However, it becomes like a sport, but we can able to detect why some of the features are visible in the image and not visible in the messenger image. Even though, like I just explained to you about the ray crater, why it's visible so much in the amateur image, like I should just show you, and why it looks so small in the messenger. So these are the projects we can able to analyze is whether or not it is due from the solar angle, the way you see Mercury on certain angles than the messenger spacecraft. So this is one of the projects that we can able to do. How many bright albedo features can we image? So I just showed to you that we can detect many crater ray ejector. Whether it's the biggest one or the small one, and the small one will appears brighter. And so this is the first example. And how many more ejector ray craters worldwide can be seen in amateur telescope? So this is one of the excellent projects because they are outstanding. The ray crater stands out more than any other feature on the surface. Okay, what are the brightest ray craters visible at certain latitude? Well, I just explain to you that maybe one crater was brighter than the other two. So far, the two brightest ray craters are Allerton and Debussy. Those two are there, but they are more. So Cupid crater seems to be the brightest. It depends on the solar angle I see from Earth. So that's what I just explained to you, whether the different solar angle affects the brightness of the ray craters I see from Earth. Okay, still more work that needs to be done. Of course, now we have Gregory. I hope to keep it up. He's excellent imager of Mercury, not only Venus, but other planets as well. So, and also from other features, other service also. Okay, so you keep observing Mercury, folks, and this is the observing form, which is posted on the ALPO Mercury webpage. If you decide to take a trip somewhere hot and long way from here, planet Mercury would be the very best place to go. So that's it, folks, and hope you enjoyed the presentation, though. So there is something to observe on the planet Mercury.
That's great, Frank.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Reminder that Frank's paper on the sodium tail of Mercury will be probably in the next issue of the journal, which is due out in early September. The paper is currently in peer review. So that's something to look forward to from Frank. He'll have two articles, two papers. One is the apparition and one is the sodium tail of Mercury.
Yeah, the apparition is 2021, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay. All right, the 2022 is in the works now.
Great.
Okay.
Frank,
Yeah, anybody have questions here?
Yeah, we have a question from YouTube from Michael Napier. Is it possible to visually see the sodium tail, or is it just a photographic object?
Okay. As of now, it's just a photographic event. Visually, we cannot see because we have so many different kind of light merged together, different combination of light mixed together. If you have a sodium filter, it's very, very faint. I don't think you can see visually, no. But photographically, if you use like the webcam and all, it's more sensitive to the certain part of the wavelength. Now, the sodium light emits 589 nanometers. So that's nearly the peak in yellow light, the peak for our eye sensitivity. But still, it's very, very, you talk about a narrow at 10 nanometers, that's very narrow. Our eye is not sensitive enough to see the sodium light visually, but the camera had a better sensitivity and it picks up very well. So, yeah.
I worked with a team that observed Mercury for many years with the 60-inch up on Mount Lemmon and a large spectrograph, and we never detected the tail at that time. We were looking at sodium.
Yeah.
I also love observing Mercury because it's such a challenge. And very few people observe Venus and Mercury, and Mercury is a real challenge because it's very low, and you really need really, pristine skies and very good seeing. And Frank always emails me during the time when, optimum, this week's the optimum time to observe. So I get called to duty. I'm out there in the morning seeing if it's a good morning image Mercury.
Yeah, I must say that, Greg, you did a fantastic job on Mercury. I haven't met anybody yet. Well, we have John Bandrell. He takes occasionally good images, but you climbed up very easily within a 2 years period. It took me so long to be in the same level,
Well, a lot of it is I'm south. I'm 27 degrees above the horizon, so it's higher up. And I live near the water, near the Gulf of Mexico, so you get that laminar flow, or whatever they call it, that kind of stabilizes the atmosphere. And I usually don't have a jet stream. So those are the
exactly. The further south,
Chris Lowe said he has in his favor. He's 10 degrees above the horizon. So the planets are get much higher. So I have those three good things going for me.
Exactly.
That help a lot in imaging.
Yeah, I know. I'm further north here, and we have a lot of jet stream. We have a lot of cold front goes through, and then the images get very blurry there. But in Florida, I know most of the planetary images get very good photos of the planet. Even the late Donald Parker and other people do that. But they have tropical weather. Very rarely you get cold fronts go that far south and screwed up the whole scene condition. But it's very stabilized throughout the whole year. So that's why by the water, of course, and it helps to stabilize the atmosphere. So.
Thank you, Frank.
I
Thank you
have
very
a
much,
comment,
Frank.
if we have time. Do we have time for a comment from me?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Frank, thank you for this interesting discussion. And I was very interested in your demonstration of the advance of the Terminator being overtaken by the advance of the craters, as the rotation was faster than the advance of the Terminator as related to its orbit. And I wanted to point out that at perihelion, there are 8 Earth days when the advance of the Terminator is actually faster than the rotation of the planet. And so what happens during those 8 days is that the appearance of the sun in the sky seems to reverse on the planet Mercury. That is the direction of the motion of the sun in the sky. And while at aphelion, that's when the Terminator advances most slowly. And so at that time, it would be easiest to demonstrate the craters overtaking the Terminator or becoming more distant from the Terminator from day to day. So I think that the challenge I would pose to those expert Mercury observers who have succeeded in imaging craters on Mercury is to image day after day near aphelion, and then image day after day at an apparition when Mercury is near perihelion, and compare the two with regard to the Terminator advancement and the craters approaching Mercury, the Terminator. And I think that would be publishable because it's just so interesting. You see what I mean?
Right, yeah. The one thing animation I show you between Gregory and I back in October, I think we're closer to perihelion. But it's almost the same speed between the Ray crater and the Terminator. It seems to be the same speed, but you have to look closely. But it had to be analyzed to see whether or not if it's faster or slower during that time period. That should be interesting to see.
All right. Next up, we have Julius Benton, and he's held many positions in the ALPO, been the executive director many times. He's the coordinator of the Venus section of the ALPO, and his talk today is 2022-2023 Eastern Evening Apparition. Take it away, Julius.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, people ask me all the time about what type of instrumentation is good for visual work observing Venus. We don't set any inflexible minimum, but a lot of our observers are using telescopes that are getting larger and larger, but we have several people that contribute observations with small refractors, as well as some with Newtonians of a smaller size than we are seeing now with some of the ones that are like 10-inch or more. But a good equatorial mount, slow motion controls, a clock drive, filters of known wavelength transmission are helpful. Low transmission filters improve contrast while limiting the effects of irradiation. Blue and violet filters enhance the views of low contrast detail of yellowish atmospheric clouds on Venus, and a variable density polarizer can improve the visibility of faint markings by reducing the glare when Venus is seen against a dark sky. For achromatic refractors, a fringe filter certainly helps suppress the secondary spectrum. Observers typically subscribe to the astronomical almanac each year, but there are other types of ephemerized that are available, such as WIMP, and of course you got WinJupos, a digital imager for imaging Venus, of course, with software for imaging processing. Okay, next. Okay, our observing programs, for visual work, visual numerical relative intensity estimates of atmospheric features using the standard scale for the ALPO. We have many observers who are not just imaging, but also making visual disk drawings of atmospheric phenomena seen or suspected on Venus. Digital imaging at visual, ultraviolet, and infrared wavelengths, and also monitoring the visibility of cusp caps, cusp bands, and cusp extensions, determining the extent and visibility of the bright limb band, and systematic patrol of the dark hemisphere of Venus for the elusive ashen light. Determine the terminator geometry, monitoring any irregularities. Try to detect the Schroeder effect, which is the difference between the predicted and the observed date of dichotomy. Simultaneous observations, as you saw Frank mentioned in the Mercury discussion, certainly helps to verify and also back up what visual observers and also what digital imagers produce. Active participation in the ongoing professional amateur pro-am work, the Venus Express mission, which ran from 2006 to 2015, and also the Akatsuki mission, which began back in April 16 and remains underway right now. Next. We have a standard observing form that for visual observers mainly, because those people still draw Venus on a regular basis, and this is a helpful form to be able to fill out all the detail that is requested with the observations. People who do digital imaging can also use the form to support the visual images they submit, because it gives them an idea of what the various features we're looking for. Next. Okay, the elusive atmospheric features of Venus. Analysis of visual observations over many years suggests rough categories to the atmospheric features on Venus. Banded dusky markings. I've given some samples of observations and drawings that have been submitted to us. There's the radial dusky markings, which forms a V or Y or psi shape dusky clouds that are mostly notable in UV images. And irregular dusky markings, those are basically elongated or roughly linear streaks having no specific orientation. And amorphous dusky features, which of course shaded features that exhibit no form, definitive shape, or pattern. And then bright spots are regions that are exclusive of the cusp regions, areas that appear much brighter than the surrounding illuminated disk. Contrast of dusky markings on Venus usually are wavelength dependent. Contrast falls off rapidly at 380 nanometers at the lower limit of the average human eye, and observers have varying wavelength contrast sensitivity thresholds. Contrast conditions are often improved when observing Venus against a light background sky. We have a lot of observers that observe Venus during daylight. Okay. For this current apparition that is winding down now, Venus, this is the 22-23 Eastern evening apparition that's going on right now. We have Venus was predicted dichotomy on June the 4th, 13 days. That's the theoretical half phase. We've got some observations where observers have noticed this Schroeder effect, and also the greatest illuminated extent at greatest on July 9th. at 4.7 visual magnitude. And inferior conjunction is approaching August 13th. Venus has the angular diameter approaching 58.3 arc seconds. Venus is an inferior planet that exhibits phases like the moon, of course, attaining a maximum elongation from the sun of 47 degrees during any given apparition. For the current 22-23 Western apparition, the following circumstances exist. Venus exists in the western sky before and after sunset, and also progression from superior conjunction to greatest elongation east, and inferior conjunction angular diameter increases slowly from 9.8 seconds to 58.3 seconds throughout the observing season. Observers are witnessing waning phases at 100% illuminated through dichotomy to 0% illuminated. Venus is best viewed, as mentioned, after sunset if it's possible against the daylight sky if at all possible. Okay. The present professional pro-am efforts that are ongoing right now is, as I mentioned, the Venus Express mission ran from 2006 to 2015, and observers regularly contributed digital images taken at UV and IR wavelengths. The period starting May 2006 to the end of the mission in 2015, although the actual mission has concluded, data analysis is continuing right now. The current pro-am effort that we're involved in right now is the JAXA Akatsuki Venus Climate Orbiter, which began on May 16th and is still going on. New observers may still register their instrumental capabilities by contacting the JAXA mission through these website links that I've posted on my slide. It's also going to be posted in the journal. I think Ken's already done that with the latest update. The Akatsuki team will advise observers how to cover relevant gaps in the mission's data set. Images taken with multi-wavelength filters of significant value to the mission. ALPO Venus session coordinates sharing of images with the Akatsuki team. All right, the pro-am observing request from Akatsuki team. The new rediscovered cloud discontinuity, the CD that has been occurring at the mid-level cloud levels of Venus since 1983. This phenomenon is a long-lived disruption in the mid-level cloud layer of Venus at 48 to 55 kilometers above the surface of the planet, with a westward rotation of about 5 days. The massive structure cuts across the planet equator at about 8,000 kilometers from end to end, and along the bright limb band in a circular, in a arc-shaped fashion. Some of these images below here show some of the curvilinear CD in the images along as it bumps up against the bright limb band. You can also see some of the features that these are from March 2023 to April 15th. All right, some observations, of course, we've received 4 US observers have accounted for 161 total observations so far this apparition. The 7 observers residing in Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Spain, Thailand, and the United Kingdom submitted 273 of the total 750 observations, separate images that we've gotten. Telescope apertures have ranged from 20 centimeters or 4 inches, 20.3 or 8 inches, should we say 8 inches, through 44.4, 17.5 inches. Observers employed multi-wavelength filters when imaging Venus. In most cases, Venus was observed in a twilight or daylight sky during this apparition so far. The earliest observation occurred on 22 December 15th. Here are some of the recent examples of drawings and images of Venus doing 22-23, which is ongoing right now. We have several observers who have, for instance, Detlef Nietzsche in Germany is regularly draws Venus and submits many images on a regular basis. You can see in many of these images, we have some images from Greg Shanos in Sarasota, Florida. Other observers in Greece, like Manos Kardasis, and we have Paul G. Abel, who does drawings of Venus on a regular basis in color, and also other observers who continue to submit their images at various wavelengths. Greg Shanos, as I mentioned earlier, is one of our most active observers, and we do have other observers who have been very helpful in submitting their data. Back in May, you'll see a couple of images here on May the 1st and on May the 28th, indicating the position of the curious CD or the cloud discontinuity bumping up against the right limb band. I should hasten to point out too, the dark hemisphere of Venus image near NIR in 2223. These are images we've received so far at IR wavelengths of 1000 nanometer IR filter, which showing the dark thermal emission from the dark hemisphere of Venus. And these observations are coming from observers in the UK, also observers in Portugal. And these observations have been sent in regularly. With Venus approaching conjunction or inferior conjunction, we're going to see more and more of a crescent of Venus, and that'll give us an opportunity to do some imaging of Venus in the IR to catch the thermal emission from the dark hemisphere of Venus. So the surface of Venus is near 1000, penetrating the dense atmosphere. Subtle markings in the images are not atmospheric features. They are warm surface areas emitting in the 1000 nanometer IR band. More Venus observers should attempt this effort, because more and more observers can perceive with this apparition as inferior conjunction proceeds. So far, we've received no visual detection of the Ashen light. This is some images of some drawings that I received from Detlef Nietzsche in Germany when he detected the Venus, the Ashen light in the previous apparition. And observers, this is a good time for observers to begin trying to look for it visually. And some people have been asked, can they image it as well? So it certainly would be a worthwhile effort if that's possible to do. Because of the phenomenon has been a mystery for 400 years or more, and it's been first discovered in 1643. Some say it's due to CO2 in the atmosphere being split by UV radiation emitting a greenish glow, and others contributed to lightning storms in the atmosphere of the planet. Still others say it's merely an illusion, but of course no spacecraft has conclusively detected the Ashen light. So this is more about observing Venus. This is the Venus Handbook, which is available as a PDF form at no cost on our website. It's free for download, or if you send me an email, I can send it to you. I want to thank everybody for participating in this program, and I really am happy to see how many observers have been sending in observations of Venus. It's been great. Thanks for your job you've done, Tim.
Yeah, Julius. Yeah, it's right. Excellent talk about the dark sky Venus imaging. I tried that, but when I was ready to do that, it just already got very low in the sky due to the shower ecliptic, and it got low so quickly. I have no chance to do it at the time.
Yeah, well, maybe there are a few other guys that can try to be successful some other places around the world. So I'm hoping we'll get more images of that, like we received in Portugal, and also maybe Greg Shanos down in Florida can catch an opportunity to do that if he has the right kind of filter. I think he probably does or does not. I'm not sure if you do, Greg.
Yeah.
I haven't been able to get the 1000 nanometer. I checked all the suppliers, but it's been cloudy every single night since the last observation I sent you, Julius. It's cloudy now even.
Oh yeah, it's pouring rain here. We got a major thunderstorm coming through in a little while. I hope I don't lose connection. But
July, the weather's totally changed in Florida. Before that, it was so clear, and now it's just completely.
Well, I'm happy to say the tropics have behaved right now for a while.
yeah, too. No hurricanes for now.
Yeah. Julius, have you noticed that the dark sky imaging, the observer using 1010 nanometers instead of 1000, because it's a little bit shift more toward the infrared, give a better contrast?
I think so. I think we have several observers that have sent a couple of those images that I showed earlier.
Right.
One was 1010 and the other was at 1000. So it's just, it's hard to find a 1010 nanometer IR filter. I've got a 1000 myself.
Will an 850 nanometer work? Because I have that filter.
Mm,
850, it's not it. It's not near a thousand.
I don't think
can't-
so.
No,
No, they
probably.
say it's not, it's the window, right by, is, no, the window is right by 1000 nanometer and 1010. Now I think it's shifting a little bit toward the infrared because to give a better contrast, trying to eliminate the glare from the sunlight portion as much as possible.
Right,
Uh,
that's correct, Frank, yes.
Hey,
Yeah.
Julius,
Thank you.
Julius, now's your chance to give a pat on the back. You want to, now Greg Shanos and Frank Malilo, but are there any others out there that you want to give a public pat on the back to for the good work that
Yes.
you?
Antonio in Portugal, and Paulo Casquina in Portugal, in Pamela, Portugal. And those guys have been very helpful. Let's see, Tom Williams over in the UK has sent in some dark hemisphere images, and I'm sure they will continue. They said they're going to continue their observational activities right now and see if they can capture something. Detlef is going to continue observing Venus as the crescent continues to appear as it gets closer to inferior conjunction. Of course, you can observe at inferior conjunction, but as it gets closer and the sky position is not prohibitive, he's going to continue making his drawings. He does visual drawings and also drawings with various color filters.
Thank you. They deserve the public pat on the back from you.
And Greg, I have used the 850 filter unsuccessfully for 2 years now.
I have a question. Julius, could you explain a little bit more about the cloud discontinuity you were talking about near the limb band?
Yes, it seems to propagate. That's under study right now by the Akatsuki mission. It's typically a linear feature that has been seen on the gibbous phase of Venus, but as the crescentic phases start to appear, it seems like it's hugging closer to the bright limb band. And that's a curious thing that they're trying to figure out why it shows that curvilinear affinity for that location, because it's a mid-level cloud issue.
Thank you very much, Julius. Very good talk.
I've asked that question of the Akatsuki mission, and they're due to get back to me. I know that there are others who are trying to figure out why it's doing that, but it's been linear in the past, like 8,000 kilometers from top to bottom, and it's just strange, really is.
Have any of the observers to really any of the sections, but right now have we been of any help to the professional community?
Yes. I've been in contact with the guys with the Akatsuki mission, and also they've been corresponding back and forth. You remember the gentleman that I mentioned to you in the communication we had earlier, Peralta?
Yes.
He continues to communicate with me, and he has been very, very helpful in discussing this CD issue.
All right, very good. Thank you, Julius. Excellent talk. All right, next up we have Dave Teskey. Dave's been the coordinator of the ALPO Lunar Topographic Studies section for, 4 years now? As such, his work with lunar observations from fellow lunar observers across the globe. He's been a lifelong amateur astronomer, particularly interested in solar and lunar observations. And the title of his talk I find very interesting, A Lunar Swirl Near Apollo 16. Take it away. You are muted too.
Can you hear me? Let's see.
Yes, we can.
Is that working right? So, the title of my talk is A Lunar Swirl Near the Apollo 16 Landing Site. And it's been there forever, but I just noticed it, which I thought was kind of cool. And so what we're going to look at is what's ahead. We're going to look at lunar swirls that have appeared in the Lunar Observer, our newsletter. Of course, we have to wonder, what is a lunar swirl?
We'll look at the main one, Gamma or Rainier Gamma, which is the big lunar swirl that we see right here. We'll look at a photograph by Rick Hill, and he seemed to capture a new lunar swirl, and we'll take a look at it. First up, I want to tell everyone about the Lunar Observer. If you're not subscribing to it, get it. The Lunar Observer is our monthly newsletter of the ALPO Lunar Topographic Studies program. I use newsletter in quotations because some have said it's a magazine and some said it's a small book every month. It's usually around 100 pages. Let me know if you need me to send it to you. Send me an email or let me know here. The Lunar Observer itself started out as a quaint publication by William Dembowski back in 1997, a nice 2-page newsletter. After about 2008, Wayne Bailey took over the Lunar Observer and made it a great newsletter. I've followed it for many years. And in 2019, Wayne Bailey retired from being the editor of the Lunar Observer, so I took over at that time. The Lunar Observer continues to get observers from across the globe, and as lunar interest continues to spike, maybe we'll fly people to the moon again sometime soon. I expect interest in the moon should continue to grow. Just a little bit of data here. The last quarter that I have information about, which was April through June of this year, the Lunar Observer itself averaged right at 100 pages per issue. In those 100 pages per issue, 25 articles about the moon were published. We had 34 contributors from 12 countries. They submitted 269 lunar observations. And I'm most impressed, and I continue to be most impressed with all the observations that I get from Argentina and the Latin American countries. Really good observations. One of the main things in the Lunar Observer is our focus on topics. Alberto Annunziato in Argentina is our most valuable assistant coordinator, and he is in charge of the bi-monthly focus on articles. In May 2023, the Rainier Gamma was the topic of the focus on article, and this brought lunar images, drawings, and reports from across the globe. And the resulting article was about 38 pages long with all sorts of wonderful information about the lunar swirl Rainier Gamma. So what are lunar swirls? Marvin Huddleston, who ran the ALPO Lunar Topographic section back in the 1970s, wrote up a little article about lunar swirls, and he stated, picture a cup of coffee steaming and black. Add a dollop of milk and gently stir. Eddies of cream go swirling around the cup. Magnify that image 1,000,000 times, and you've got a lunar swirl. Lunar swirls are areas on the moon that are bright. They have no topography, so they're flat as can be, and all rather oval in shape. Well, the Apollo missions found that these are areas of strong magnetic fields on a moon with no global magnetic field. So something was happening there. It seems that the magnetic fields of the swirls prevent the solar wind from striking the lunar surface. Thus, that part of the lunar surface doesn't weather. The solar wind seems to darken features, so lunar rays are the rays that Frank was talking about on Mercury must be young features. The solar wind would slowly weather and darken the lunar rays. So if we look at a picture of the full moon, we see Rainier Gamma. And Rainier Gamma is the most obvious lunar swirl on the lunar near side. I have it pointed out on this arrow right here.
It is located in Oceanus Procellarum, this large lava field here. And it's located somewhere by Copernicus, Aristarchus, and Kepler. There's Rainier Gamma. Rainier Gamma itself is about 43 miles or about 70 kilometers in diameter. It has trails of bright material flowing to its northeast and its southwest with these tails right here. And it's been seen forever. This is an old picture from the old and gigantic photographic lunar atlas. A more contemporary picture of it was in the Hartfield photographic lunar atlas. It shows that Rainier Gamma is easily visible in any small telescope when it is in sunlight. Some authors have stated that it is even visible perhaps during lunar eclipses. During lunar eclipses, I do crater timings. I haven't noticed this about Rainier Gamma. Unlike lunar rays, however, swirls such as Rainier Gamma are visible even when the lighting is not high. A rayed crater like Tycho or Copernicus does not typically show its rays until the sun is pretty high over them, but Rainier Gamma shows itself as soon as it is lit. Rainier Gamma is not the only lunar swirl, though. Last year's keynote speaker, Charles Wood, back around 2004, made a list of the 100 lunar targets to explore. Number 1 being the moon, number 100, the most challenging. And that was a lunar swirl in Mare Marginis. This is beyond Mare Crisium, near the northeast lunar limb. Thus, it's a challenge to see. Here you can see the swirls of Mare Marginis. They look kind of weird here. This is an image from lunar orbit. We're looking straight down on it. But when we look at it from here on Earth, these swirls are right on the limb, or maybe even past the limb. I find them near impossible to see, not completely, but near impossible. I don't have many images of it. I found this image on cloudy nights. So these lunar swirls, as mentioned previously, such as Rainier Gamma, are magnetic anomalies on the moon. The origin of these swirls is a mystery. The other major lunar swirl is in Mare Igini. This swirl is opposite of Mare Imbrium on the far side of the moon. Do you really see that swirl here? And perhaps these were formed when the Imbrium Basin was formed, and this was the antipodal region to this impact. It was on the opposite side of the moon. Other origin hypotheses include perhaps there was a comet impact, and when this happened, it may have raised the lunar basalts above their Curie temperature, thus inducing a magnetic field. If this were true, these swirls should not be antipodal to major impacts other than by coincidence. Plus, there should be more swirls as there should be more comet impacts. Perhaps swirls are not completely mapped. Hold that thought. The origin of swirls is still unknown. What we do know is they're bright, they're flat, and they have strong magnetic fields. These magnetic fields block the solar wind, and they keep that lunar dust from weathering, from turning dark. So this dust in the lunar swirl stays brighter. Well, for me, it added to a mystery. In May of 2023, when we had the Focus On article about Rainier Gamma, our observer extraordinaire, Rick Hill, wrote an essay, Apollo 16 region. And here's one of his articles. You can see his write-up and his beautiful image that was taken with his 8-inch Maxitoff Cassegrain telescope here. Remember, it was back in 1972 that John Young, Charles Duke, and Ken Mattingly explored the Descartes region of the moon. Of course, they were riding around on the moon buggy back in the time. This Descartes formation was of great interest to astrogeologists. The Descartes region is west of Mare Nectaris, and ever since Dick Eggleton noticed a 60 by 100 kilometer patch of hummocks that looked like others ejected from the Imbrium Basin, but it seemed isolated from them. This patch also seemed unusually bright. This is from Don Wilhelm's wonderful book, To a Rocky Moon. This Descartes formation was believed to be young volcanic rock before the Apollo 16 mission. And it's also located right next to the Cayley Formation, a second volcanic region, or at least that's what it was believed to be. So the Apollo 16 site was chosen to explore these volcanic wonderlands of the Cayley and Descartes Formation. Plus, they are very near two very young craters, the North and South Rays. But in the end, these so-called volcanic regions were found to be impact breccias likely formed from the Imbrium and perhaps Nectaris Formation. Mattingly, who was up in the command module set in orbit, said the Cayley Formation represents a pool of unconsolidated material which has been shaken until the surface is relatively flat. This is Rick Hill's image of the Apollo 16 region, which he did put in the May issue of the Lunar Observer. The yellow arrow points to the Apollo 16 landing site, and this is right near the crater Theophilus. Mare Nectaris is over here. I always find the Apollo 16 landing site quite easily by using these two craters just to point to it. But what I was interested in the photograph is what's this down here? So I got hold of Rick. We discussed it a little bit. And Rick pointed me to a paper called A Correlation of Strong Lunar Magnetic Anomaly with a High Albedo Region of the Descartes Mountains by Richard et al. And it turns out that in 1994, the Lunar Prospector, which was orbiting the moon, showed that the source of the strongest known magnetic anomaly on the lunar near side of 42 nanoteslas was near the Descartes Mountains, centered about 60 kilometers south-southeast of the Apollo 16 site. And the Descartes Mountains perhaps represented a primary ejecta from one of the major basin-forming events, Imbrium and/or Nectaris, supporting a hypothesis that the basin ejecta materials were in place 3.8 billion years ago, and they're the main source of these lunar magnetic anomalies. Theoretical models for the interaction of the solar wind with the lunar magnetic anomalies have indicated that the strongest anomalies should be capable of significant deflecting of ion bombardment, producing local shielded areas on the lunar surface. So where there's these anomalies, the solar wind should not be able to hit the moon surface directly, so we don't have as much space weathering. It is proposed that the observed correlation of the strong magnetic anomalies with the high albedo surface mountains may represent microscopic evidence for a significant role of solar wind ion bombardment in space weathering of the lunar surface, and by extension, that of other airless silicate surfaces in the inner solar system, such as Mercury, or maybe even Mars to an extent. Here is an image again of Rainier Gamma. However, the geologic origin of these strong magnetic anomalies and their associated albedo markings have been controversial. A little bit of a repeat here. According to one hypothesis, the albedo markings result in surface scouring by recent, less than 1 million years old, cometary coma impacts associated with the magnetic anomalies, and are then suggested to be superficial materials heated and exposed to transient lunar or transient magnetic fields during the coma impacts. Another hypothesis, however, proposed the sources of strong magnetic anomalies is consistent of basin impact ejecta containing unusual abundances of metallic iron remnants carriers. These ejecta materials may have been magnetized by a temporary lunar core dynamo field and or transient fields generated by impact producing plasmas. The associated albedo markings are then attributed to the solar wind deflection mechanism. The strong magnetic anomaly near the Apollo 16 site, as measured by the Lunar Prospector magnetometer, was 18 nanoteslas at an altitude of 28 kilometers, whereas Rainier Gamma, remember that's the big magnetic swirl on the moon, was 15 nanoteslas at the same altitude. On the far side, only one anomaly in the Mercuricium antipod group has a larger absolute magnitude than this anomaly. The Descartes Mountains and the Cayley Formation represent two geologic units that are commonly found in lunar highlands: Cayley and furrowed terra of the Descartes Mountains and flat light plains of the Cayley Formation. Prior to the Apollo 16 mission, the volcanic origin for these units was generally accepted. However, the return of heavily brecciated samples led to the currently accepted interpretation that these units represent primary and secondary basin ejecta materials. The Descartes Mountains represent primary basin ejecta, though it remains uncertain whether it is from Imbrium, Nectarus, or both basins that were responsible for its deposition. Therefore, the location of the Descartes magnetic anomaly source represents a new and more compelling evidence of a relatively ancient, more than 3.8 billion year old impact ejecta are the sources for the strongest magnetic anomalies on the moon. Variable or magnetic iron content and iron particle size ranges most likely explain why some ejecta units are more magnetized than others. During the Apollo 16 moonwalks, the strongest surface fields of up to 327 nanoteslas were found, and these were the strongest at any landing site as measured along a service traverse close to the Apollo 16 site, and were later shown to have unusually high abundances of metallic iron. It was thus proposed that originally the basin ejecta materials, such as the Cayley Formation, are among the most strongly magnetized materials on the moon. The Descartes albedo unit correlates with the strong magnetic anomaly and contains only one or two small craters near one of its edges. The other high albedo areas nearby are attributed to small craters. Since the Descartes Mountains formed about 3.8 billion years ago, a possible explanation is that some mechanism has preferably maintained the original high albedo of the region against the space weathering process. And it turns out, once I looked at this paper, that most of my lunar images of the eastern half of the moon, this Descartes swirl was easily visible. And I'm attaching a few images of this part of the moon just taken with a small refractor telescope. In this image, the Descartes swirl is easily visible below the Apollo 16 landing site. It's pretty large and it's pretty bright. Remember, this is a 60 millimeter refractor. Here we see it a little bit brighter, a little bit more into the lunar day. We see the swirl near Descartes, and the other bright spots in the region is ejecta from small craters. Again, you can see it most any part of the lunar day that the sun is up. So in conclusion, by studying some recent lunar images, the presenter was able to identify a possible lunar swirl. This swirl is not visible as a swirl, is not as visible as swirls such as Rainier Gamma, as it's in the highlands rather than the Maria that Rainier Gamma is in. The origin of the lunar swirls remains an enigmatic, but though the location of the swirl indicates formation due to basin formation. Lunar swirls may be formed in a variety of ways, such as cometary impact, basin forming events, perhaps even volcanism. Regardless, these swirls are magnetic anomalies that prohibit space weathering from the solar wind. This new Descartes swirl has been easily visible as long as the telescope has peered at the moon. So how many other lunar swirls are hiding in plain sight? Thank you very much for your attention. I thank you so much for all the lunar observers who send in their images and reports. And any questions?
That's very good, Dave. Thanks. I'm relieved to know that Lunar Swirl is not a new Ben and Jerry's ice cream flavor.
They're working on it. It's kind of dusty. Yeah.
Dave, you showed the images through a 2.4 inch. It would be interesting for members to observe one or two of these swirls during eclipses, lunar eclipses, to note changes in albedo, relative albedo with the rest of the surface during the eclipse, especially period just before and just after totality. That would be interesting.
Exactly. That.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dave Teskey, because he got me into lunar observing. I never really did much lunar, and then I had some email correspondence, and he said things are always changing on the moon. It's exciting. So I started taking some images, and oh my God, it is exciting. I feel like I'm imaging another world, like an asteroid or something. And the craters look beautiful, the Maria, and I'm learning to identify them. So as I'm waiting for the planets to rise higher in the sky, if the moon is out, just take some lunar images in the meantime, use your time accordingly. So I always submit at least a couple of images every month now to the Lunar Observer. It's really great. And that image of Arena Gamma you showed, there's so many little tiny craters in there, right? When I first started imaging under high power, I said, oh, those are artifacts. And then I looked at the virtual moon atlas, and I zoomed in at that magnification. I'm like, they're not artifacts. Those are little tiny craters. So it's amazing what's there that you normally don't focus on. So thank you.
I encourage people to
Thank
look
you.
up online some of the satellite images from JAXA and places like that of low angle observations of Reiner Gamma. It's pretty incredible to see how lacking topography there is.
Yeah.
This is Richard. David, has anyone taken a photometer, put it into a telescope, and of course you can get like a field of view of 40 miles, let's say. You know, you're not going to get the whole moon, but just 40 miles, and taken photometric readings of just a very small part of the moon.
Not that I'm aware of. However, I know that they take pictures of the moon and then just look at the digital readouts of how bright various craters are, like say Tycho and Aristarchus and Proclus. But that would be a very interesting project.
Thank you. Very good talk, David, by the way.
In fact, our next presenter, Tony Cook, he works with those brightnesses of lunar features.
Yeah.
You could,
Very good, David. I just want to question. I wonder if the lunar swirl light type can be seen on Mercury. Looking through the messenger images, and there are some area that look like what you just showed, the lunar swirl effect. I wonder if that should be, same kind of thing that's caused by the solar winds.
It certainly should be, because Mercury was exposed to the same impacts as the moon. You would think it should be. There was one really interesting article in the Lunar Observer a couple months ago about a swirl on Mars, which is very interesting.
you should be able to do photometry using CMOS or CCDs if you calculate your pixel size in terms of, my pixels are about 1/4 of an arc second. So it varies with perihelion and aphelion from 0.9 to 1.1 kilometers on the moon. And that's a lot finer than 40 kilometers. You should be able to do it to a very fine degree.
Okay. And Rick, thank you very much for getting me interested in this. You had a great picture to start it off with.
That was a very good talk. Thanks, David. Appreciate it. All right,
Thank
next
you.
up, we have Tony Cook from across the pond. He's a lecturer at the Department of Physics at the University of Aberystwyth in the UK. He previously worked on research projects in the Institute of Planetary Exploration, Berlin, and the Center of Earth and Planetary Studies in the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. He is currently the acting director of the BAA Lunar Section and runs the ALPO and BAA's Lunar Transit Phenomenon programs. And Tony's talk today will be observing near infrared and shortwave infrared. Take it away.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay from the other side of the Atlantic?
Yes, we can.
Good. I'm pleased to hear that. Great. Okay, it's a long way to shout. Right. So let us share the screen. Okay. Here we go. Right. So let's make sure this is in the correct mode before I get started. From the beginning, let's try that. Okay, right. So this is observing beyond the near infrared, which I'm sure a lot of you have been trying to do with Venus and so on and other planets. But going beyond that into something called the shortwave infrared. Now, before we go any further, I just wanted to say, here is a view of transmission of light and radiation through the Earth's atmosphere. It starts off at about This is visible light over here between 0 and 1 microns, micron being 10, sort of 100 nanometers and so on. And that's the kind of range which CCD cameras, CMOS cameras can go up to, just a tiny little bit beyond 1, maybe 1.2 microns if you're lucky. After that, you can't see a thing. What we're going to do is to tell you how you can cover the region between about 1 micron and 1.7 microns, which is called the shortwave infrared. Now, there are actually, if you look out there on different companies' websites and different organizations, there are different definitions of where visible light and shortwave infrared and mid-range infrared, which is actually from, I guess, from about 2 up to about 7.5 microns, and long-wave infrared, heat, between about 7.5 and 14 microns. We have one great observer in the ALPO Lunar section, Darrell Wilson, who has been experimenting with thermal imaging of the moon. I'm sure some of you may have seen some of his example images. So he's working way down here, 7.5 up to 14 or 15 microns. Now, mid-infrared is a very interesting area to cover, but unfortunately the equipment there is exceedingly expensive. And I think the only cheap versions you would get is if you went to Afghanistan. There's probably a lot of those left lying around, extremely expensive. Shortwave infrared is just about coming within reach of amateur astronomers, particularly if you source it on eBay and so on. Anyway, there are gaps in the wavelength range which we can't see through. And this, in the case in shortwave infrared, we have one about, I guess about 1.3 to about 1.5 microns. You cannot see anything through there, even on a clear day, because there's water vapor in the atmosphere, and that acts as an opaque filter. You can see it's quite a sudden drop off there. But either side of that, you can do some useful observations. So today we're going to cover what is shortwave infrared. I've told you a little bit. Cameras, black body radiation, observing in daylight, which is one thing you can do with the shortwave infrared cameras, as you can do a little bit with ordinary CCD cameras, the CMOS in the near infrared, but more so in the shortwave infrared. Then we're going to talk about lunar impact flashes, which is one of the reasons why I branched into shortwave infrared observing, because it has a distinct advantage. Then I'm going to show you some example images. They're not brilliant. I'm a bit of a data hoarder, and I'm so busy with teaching other things. I find it enjoyable to observe, but I don't always have time to sit down and analyze and process. So about a week ago, I decided, as I'm giving this talk, I ought to process some images. So you're going to see some of those. It's not brilliant, but they're illustrative anyway. Then we got some of the planets, and we have the summary at the end. So let's have a look at the next slide. So what is the shortwave infrared? Its abbreviation is SWIR, not to do with swirls on the moon, which David has just been talking about. So depends on who you ask what shortwave infrared radiation is, but it's beyond the near infrared. So I would say from about 1 up to 1.7 microns. And here's a spectral response from a camera which I've been using, and it actually starts about 900.
Oh, wow.
Now, that's not microns, actually. That should be
nanometers.
I just noticed that this is from a company's website, which I assume they would get things correct, but apparently not. So that's the company down there. So it should be 900 nanometers up to about 1,700 nanometers. That's interesting. Anyway, when people do photometric readings with photometers and CCDs, they usually use wavebands like UV, VRI, the Johnson-Cousin set of filters. U for ultraviolet, B for blue, V for visible, R for red, I for infrared. Now, V covers 500 to 700 nanometers, and looking through that is usually sort of a green filter to my eyes. Red covers 550 to 800 nanometers, and that's more of an orange type of filter. And then there's I, that's 700 to 900 meters. Now, infrared astronomers don't normally work with those. They go a little bit further. So in the shortwave infrared, we have 2 additional photometric bands, J, which goes from 1.1 to 1.4 microns, and H, which goes from 1.5 to 1.8 microns. Now, I got hold of this camera. It was a little bit pricey, I have to admit, and I could use the whole spectral range on there, but it makes sense if you want to do impact flash work to go for the longest wavelengths possible. So I sourced myself it's not exactly an H-band filter, but it's in that region. So I'm working, most of the images you will see will be in the region of about 1.5 to 1.7 microns, because that's the cutoff, as you can see there. Sourcing a camera, where do you get these cameras from? I did a lot of research into this. Now, there are some reasonably cheap secondhand CCD cameras, surprisingly, which do see into the shortwave infrared, but not too far. They have a special coating on them which fluoresces, and they are typically used in the laboratory with shortwave infrared lasers. Now, if you have a laser shining in the shortwave infrared, you cannot see it with your eyes, but it can damage your eyes. So they have these cameras to see where the laser spots are, to convert shortwave infrared into visible light, so you can see these where the laser's shining. Brand new, they're about 1K, but you can get them on eBay obviously a lot cheaper. However, don't get too carried away. They're really not very sensitive. They will pick up a shortwave infrared piece of laser spot of light somewhere, but I haven't tried them on the moon or planets, but anyway. Then something a bit more affordable, line scan shortwave infrared cameras, which are used on factory production lines, for example, to look for defects in solar panels. You can scan paintings in and look at detail underneath the surface of the pigments. So they've got a lot of possible uses. You can use them in astronomy, because I've used something similar back in the 1980s. I used a line scan photodiode array on my very first attempt at imaging, where I could only afford just a single line of pixels, and you just basically wait for the moon or the planets to drift past, and you scan, and it's like a flatbed scan. You build up an image. It is affected by atmospheric seeing conditions quite a bit, but if you have a good observing night, these things are quite affordable, and you can get quite sizable images if you get like one which is 1,000 pixels long or something like that. You also can get on eBay and so on uncooled, approximately 230 by 256 pixel cameras, secondhand. They are still a bit pricey. I have noticed some on eBay from being sent out from China just for about $1,000. It varies a little bit. I have no idea what these are like, and I wouldn't like any of you to go out and try one of these and find it doesn't work, because I just don't know about them. It's my recommendation is to go for something in your own country. Also, if you're buying from the States to Europe, there's ITAR laws which forbid certain types of technology, which could be used in missiles and things, from being exported from the United States to the UK. So there's all sorts of things you need to think about when buying these things from abroad. And then the Rolls-Royce cameras from shortwave infrared are the cooled ones. And these, I'd really like to have one of these. They're much bigger in size, but they tend to be tens of thousands of dollars. So didn't go down that path. You can actually borrow one of these. You contact a company which sells these things and ask them if you could possibly try them out. You might do a write-up for them, and they are actually quite amenable to letting you borrow one of these things for about a week. But please be careful, because they're very expensive. Right, this is the camera I've got. It's about so big. I've added a couple of cooling fans onto there. I'm not too sure they make that much difference, but during the summer it's good to keep the temperature down a bit, so it gets a bit hot inside the camera. It gets up to about 50 degrees C. Always shop around. I'm not recommending this particular make. For me, it worked, but it was the best option available at the time. But there's lots of companies out there. Always shop around and look out for things on eBay. The image size is a bit small, but you can work around that. I mean, when we originally had CCD cameras, they weren't like 640 by 480 or 1024 pixels in size. They were a lot smaller, and people got along with those. If you get one of these things, make sure that you get the power cable on the back, the correct things. It's a multiple pin thing. It's rather unique to this. But on the other end, you basically just have a DC power supply, which you can buy from Radio Shack, if that's still in existence. The other things you don't need to worry about, you need an Ethernet cable, which you can plug into the back of your laptop. You do need an Ethernet connector or a USB to Ethernet adapter. Exposures I find on this are range from about 0.1 seconds. That's the longest exposure. I would like longer, but it doesn't do it. down to about 5 microseconds, and frame rates from about 5 to 67 frames per second I've managed to get so far. Images are 16-bit, there's low gain and high gain. Low gain are for bright objects and high gain are for things like Jupiter, because it's quite faint once it's magnified up. Okay, so let's see what else we've got. A little bit about the software. This is the software you can get. You can get it from this company, Xenix. They provide it for free. This is an old version. So we can see the integration time there expressed in microseconds. That's a millionth of a second. The game mode, low and high. These are the typical things I look at. Level you want to switch off. It's automatic level control. So you don't want the gain going up and down, or it's adjusting to the brightness as you go along. You want to fix that. If you're using a thing in the daytime, the object is faint, I would highly recommend using histogram equalization. It really brings out the detail, helps you find things and get the thing in focus, and then you must switch it off. Anyway, that's the software. I tend to save my images as PNG. Every single image frame is saved as an individual PNG. At least you get the date and the time of those, and they can be used for impact flash work. Right, black body radiation. Any object which is hot will glow and at a particular color, and so on, as you can see here. We have an equation here, which is the maximum wavelength is equal to a constant divided by the temperature. The temperature is in Kelvin. So to convert from degrees C into Kelvin, you just add 273.16. B is a constant, and it works quite well because you can see here for the sun, if you plug in the temperature of the sun, you get a peak wavelength of about 503 nanometers, which is in yellow light. As we know, the sun is a nice yellow object. For Betelgeuse, you plug that in 3,500 Kelvin, it comes out with a maximum peak wavelength of about 828 nanometers, or in the near infrared. And in the H band, what I tend to use, because that's the filter I bought, I could only afford one filter. I might get another one for a birthday or a Christmas present. I decided to go for one at about 1,500, 1,700. We've got a wavelength here at 1,650, and that's got a temperature, peak temperature of 1,750 K, which is the temperature of a red dwarf. Not the TV series, but the star, a red dwarf. Now, this doesn't mean to say that you can't see things at lower temperatures like 100 degrees C. Yes, you can. It's just as you come down the curve or go up the curve in that direction, it gets less and less sensitive. So you give it a long enough exposure, you can easily detect objects at 100, not 100 K, 100 degrees C fairly easily. Okay, now a little bit further maths here. Those curves we saw over here are part of the Planck function, and it's a horrible equation. It's got lots of parameters in it. Don't worry about that. If you look them up on Wikipedia, you can plug them into a spreadsheet and you can plot one of those curves out. It's really easy. Now, I'm interested in looking for impact flashes on the moon, and I wanted to see what the advantage is of a shortwave infrared camera. So consider source of illumination from the sun, 5,772 Kelvin, wavelength, peak wave at a wavelength of 503 nanometers. We have a spectral radiance. That's the amount of light you're getting of 2.6 times 10 to the 2.6, 26 million watts per meter square per steradian per micron. Don't worry about that. It's just the amount of light radiation you're getting. It's basically this thing here you're working out. You can work it out for any particular wavelength you like.
Yeah.
Right. If you went to a wavelength of 1.65 microns in the middle of the H band and recalculate it, it comes out to be a lot smaller, only 2.8 million watts per blah, 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 and so on. Now, the good thing about that is the moon, which you're looking at, the day side of the moon, is about 9 times fainter than you get at visible wavelengths. So if you're looking for faint impact flashes, it's nice to have the day side of the moon with less glare. Now, there's a caveat to that in that I said this only works if the impact flash is cool, if it's like, say, 1,750 K, something like that. Now, if you get a meteorite hitting the moon, it's going to be really hot to begin with, and it's going to decay exponentially, gradually down like that. So it will go through that particular range of temperatures and last a little bit longer. So if you look at the ratio between the spectral radiance of 503 and the optical to 1.65 and 1.56 microns, that turns out to be, I can't read it on here, but it's pretty it's a very, very bright in the shortwave infrared. So putting those two together, you are increasing your chances of detecting impact flashes, particularly if they've got a thermal decay to them. So this is very useful on the moon, and it's also quite a useful thing on Jupiter for looking at cometary and asteroidal impacts on Jupiter and Saturn and Venus as well. Another useful thing about observing in the shortwave infrared, this is a formula which describes Rayleigh scattering in the apsis, why the sky is blue. All right. Now, there's you can approximate this to 1 over the wavelength to the power of 4. And what this means is going from sunlight, 503 to 1650 nanometers in the H band, you plug in the wavelengths, do it to the power of 4, and the sky is 115 times darker in the H band than it is at optical wavelengths. So you can do daylight observing. The sky is really, really dark, in theory. It's about 5 magnitudes darker. A factor of 100 in brightness ratio is equivalent to about 5 magnitudes.
Yeah.
So that sounds pretty good. However, it's not as good as you think, because there's aerosols in the sky and they scatter light in all sorts of directions and not just wavelength dependent. It depends on the size of the particles. But basically it means the closer you get to the sun, the brighter the sky gets. The closer you get to the horizon, the brighter the sky gets. So that's not good news. There's also scattering of light around you. You've got a great big floodlight from the sun shining on you. Hopefully you could shield from it, but there's light scattering around, so you have to do a bit of shielding. And I think that's what the next slide is all about. Here are a couple of solutions. So here is the shortwave infrared camera on a 8-inch reflector on a tracking platform. And in this case, the sun was shining on the inside of the tube. I have no idea what black paint looks like in the shortwave infrared. It might be quite reflective. So I put a bit of a cardboard cover around that to cast a shadow inside. Here's another thing. I have a Dobsonian telescope with a fabric covering around it, which clearly leaks shortwave infrared. So I coated it in this gold foil kind of thing they have on the Webb telescope, and that cuts out a lot of the shortwave infrared. So a couple of solutions there. Here you see the Ethernet cable going into my laptop somewhere. Yeah, and a portable power supply I have. Right, resolution is a problem. There's a Rayleigh criteria, 1.22 lambda over d, the wavelength divided by the actual telescope in meters. The result comes back in radians angle, which you have to convert into degrees and then into a seconds of arc. Down at the bottom here, it tells you the angular resolution at the wavelength of sunlight, 0.6 seconds of arc in an 8-inch and 0.3 in a 16-inch, 1.65. Notice it's 2 seconds of arc on an 8-inch. Your resolution goes down. That is a drawback of this thing. If you move to the thermal infrared, it gets even worse. This is what Darrell Wilson has to deal with when he takes his thermal images of the moon, somewhere between there and there. Okay, what about the temperatures of lunar impact flashes? There's a lovely paper published in Monthly Notices which shows a histogram of observed temperature measurements of impact flashes on the moon. And you get this distribution. This is the temperature. So this is the temperature of the sun, and this is a little bit cooler. Now, I have a theory, which is still to be proven, that the telescope they're using for this, the Nalito telescope in Greece, the tail end of this may be going down because of sensor issues, in that it's not so good at longer wavelengths. And that could be leading to this tail down here. I have a suspicion if you go to the shortwave infrared, you may get a lot more impact flashes being detected. Okay, so working in the shortwave infrared tells us about perhaps the low temperature flashes which might occur, the cooling. The good thing is that the dayside scatter is a lot less in the shortwave infrared. You can potentially work under daylight skies and lots of other exciting things like that. Lots of exciting science you can do. So let's have a look. This is one of my first images I took. I didn't have a filter at the time, and this is the Earthshine. There is a scattering of light from the day side, which is not good, but it was pleasing to see Grimaldi and features like that. Now, this is a stack of images, and individual images are not so good, and I needed the gain ramped right up for this thing to work, but it shows you can pick up Earthshine without any filters. Once you put a filter on there, the H-band, all that lovely Earthshine disappears. Maybe Earthshine is not very visible in the H-band, or maybe it's just a short part of the spectrum. There's not much flux of radiation coming through. But anyway, it's a dark background and the H band. All right, I say I've done some very quick work on this. This is an image of the moon. I've taken a visible light image in red, green, and blue. I've taken out the blue light and shoved it into the blue channel, the red light and put it into the green channel, and I've taken the shortwave infrared H band and put it into the red channel. And to be honest, it doesn't look very much different. There is a little bit of blueness over there due to the eject pattern from fresh ray craters. This is a spectra which was published in Remote Sensing Journal over here, and it shows actually in the shortwave infrared you can pick up olivine and illuminite, orange glass. Remember orange glass from one of the Apollos, and lots of things like that. But to be honest, if you get your filter windows right, you can also do this in optical wavelengths too. But it's interesting to extend it into the shortwave infrared. Let's get off the moon and go and take a look somewhere else. This is Venus. I was hoping that because Venus is very hot on the surface and there are atmospheric windows, maybe in the H band I could see the surface, but I didn't do my homework. These are pictures taken fairly recently. This one was just the other day. And I can tell you, I've done a contrast stretch, no sign at all of any ashen light, no sign at all of any features on the night side of Venus. And the reason you can see here, I bothered to look it up, and you can see I'm working at about 1.5 to 1.7 microns, and these are the windows here. And I've just missed it. I'm just in this region, 1.5 to 1.7, there's nothing there. So what I needed to do was to actually take the filter off, and I may do this in the next few days, or buy another filter to focus on, say, 1.2 microns. I probably can't do that because this area is blocked by water vapor, or maybe just about 1 to 1.1 microns, and hopefully I should see something. If you want to see what one of these cameras can do, I got this off the internet, off this Raptor Photonics website, taken by astronomer Dr. Sebastian Boltmer, and this is what he picked up. Look at that. These are surface features on Venus shining through the clouds in shortwave infrared light. Okay, what about Mars? Some things will work out well, some things don't. This is not a great image. I didn't have many images in the stack here. And to be honest, I was really focused on Jupiter, as you'll see later. But here's a shortwave infrared picture of Mars, and here's a Hubble picture taken a few years earlier. And there's not a lot of difference, really. I'm sure Mars enthusiasts could tell me a few things about that. But it didn't encourage me to go on and take any other images. I will try in future. I'll probably try some daylight observing. But yeah, anyway, some things work, some things don't. What about Jupiter? Well, that was a bit more interesting. I sent this to John Rogers of the BAE Lunar section, maybe an earlier one, and he said it actually resembles the methane band images in the near infrared. It's a continuum picture. It's not really focused on any particular bands, but nevertheless it's showing up. The red spot is nice and bright, reflective. And you've got Io over here on the limb. And just for comparison, I found a picture taken with NASA's 3-meter IRTF telescope from Hawaii. Okay, a bit more detail, but it's showing a similar thing. It doesn't have the red spot on it over there, but yeah, it's got sort of a, yeah, it's not too different. I was fairly pleased with that. So the reason why I'm focusing on Jupiter is if there are any impacts there, I might be able to detect some of the fainter ones, which people don't pick up in the near infrared, or get longer duration flashes as these things cool. That's why I'm interested in that. Moving on to Saturn now. Not a great image. When I started doing this, Saturn was quite low on the horizon. I didn't think I'd get any results, but I got something. So this, again, 1.5 and 1.7 microns back in October last year. It's a little bit blurry. You can compare it with this image taken from peak to midi over here, similar wavelengths as well. And actually, I'm not too sure it is similar, but anyway, there is a slight difference I've noticed in that the rings seem to be a little bit darker in my image than they have in the peak to midi observatory image over there. Yeah, they were using a J band, I was using an H band. So I'm doing 1.5, 1.7 microns. They were doing about 1.1 to 1.3 microns, and we get a difference in the reflectivity of the rings. Okay, moving on to Uranus and Neptune. I have not tried this yet. Probably my camera's not sensitive enough, but I will give it a go. So I borrowed these pictures. These are again from a shortwave infrared camera website, and this is from Hawaii, from a telescope out there, Canada, France, Hawaii telescope. The reason why it won't work is Saturn has, which I know I can detect fairly well, has per second of arc, square second of arc, has a magnitude of plus 6.6 in the visible waveband. Uranus is plus 8.3, which is a lot fainter. Now Saturn, I was having problems focusing on. I stacked images and it worked. I think Uranus is going to be a bit more of a problem, but I will give that a go and see what I can do. But the great thing about the J band is you can actually pick out the rings of Uranus. Okay, they got a big telescope, but yeah, maybe amateurs can have a go at that. And Uranus looks interesting. It's got a bright area in that particular hemisphere down there. Okay, so just to summarize, imaging in the shortwave infrared up to 1.7 microns is now just about within people's reach, especially, and I would not encourage you to do this, but if somebody wants to do it, give it a go and let us know. There are some cameras in China, these Bobcat cameras selling for about $1,000. It's very sensible to use shortwave infrared cameras to looking for impact flashes, particularly the lower temperature impact flashes or the thermal decay, where it brightens up a lot in the shortwave infrared. So that's very applicable to Moon, Jupiter, Venus, maybe Mars as well. It's great for daylight observing because the sky is so dark unless you have aerosol problems. And the glare from the Moon is a lot less as well. It should be possible to image the surface features on Venus once I use the right filter or take the filter off. Then I'm hoping to pick up some of those surface details. There's opportunities to observe Jupiter and Saturn zones and belts and monitor how those change in reflectivity in H and J bands over long time periods. One problem I found with observing the shortwave infrared, because you are doing nighttime and daytime observing, this really messes up your social life. And you really don't want to go away on holiday because there's always something interesting going on in the daytime up in the sky. Now, if you need any advice on selecting shortwave infrared, I did quite a bit of research before I bought one. Just send me an email here. That's all I have to say. So are there any questions at all?
Yes, Tony.
Hi.
The Saturn pictures, were they equal time from opposition? In other words, could you be seeing a Seeliger effect in the right-hand image?
I do not know the answer to that. I'm not a regular Saturn observer. The date of the one which I took over here on the left is the 22nd, is 2022, October the 5th. I don't know what the date the peak de Media one was taken on. You can see a bit of shadow on the left-hand side of Saturn over there, if that's any help. But that is a good point.
A good point. Good point on the shadow. It shows it's quite close to opposition.
Okay.
So that could account for the brightening of the rings.
Yeah. Yeah. All right.
Tony, do you have any thoughts on the use of these infrared cameras for imaging meteor trails in Earth's atmosphere? That is, just making meteor counts.
Right. I had a go during the Perseid meteor shower. I've got a lens. It's a fairly narrow lens, unfortunately. So I was only looking at a small area of the sky. I had it working in the daytime when the sky was fairly dark. But I wasn't using a filter at that occasion. So it's running from about 1 micron up to 1.7. It was working at night. I did not detect anything, but my field of view was maybe about 10 by 10 degrees. But if I use a fisheye lens or a convex lens, I could certainly give that a go and see what happens. We've got the Perseids coming up soon, so I will certainly try that when I'm not looking at the Moon for impact flashes there.
I think that it might be interesting because there is the prospect that cooler aspects of the meteor trail might be visible. You might see longer streams and so on. That would be interesting to observe.
Okay, yeah, I have to run a visible light camera at the same time and see if there's a difference. Hi.
Tony, this is Sean Dillis. It's a great presentation. Could you go back to your Venus photo showing the surface features?
Sure.
To my knowledge, which is very limited, we haven't seen a photo like this in our journal yet.
All right.
If any of the Venus observers can correct me on that, or if anyone's interested in taking up the challenge, this is an amazing photo, and it's one of the most exciting things I've seen since Frank Malilo's, articles highlighting the advances in Mercury imaging. It's just an amazing photo. Any comments from the Venus folks? Okay, you're opening up a whole nother world here, so I hope we can land on it. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Richard.
Yeah. Hi, Tony. Yes, very good talk. I was questioned about Sean, what he was saying about the Venus images. I don't think there's any filter or any cameras that is sensitive for the amateur equipment to go that far in infrared. I don't think our camera's sensing up to yet at that wavelength. Is that correct, or?
Yeah, traditional CCDs only go up to about 1.1, 1.2 microns for Watec 902Hs. HS, I think, goes up to 1.2 microns. The filters you don't get for ordinary astronomical suppliers. You have to source them from optics companies, and they might be about $200 or $300, something like that. You've got to shop around a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, this camera, it should be capable of detecting heat sources on Venus at these atmospheric wavelengths. But I had the wrong filter in there, and I will take that off next time Venus is around and see if I can. I'll do it without a filter and see what I can detect. Because they're using a Sloan Z filter over here, and that was 815 nanometers up to 1.5 microns, which is just a little bit less than the complete wavelength range of this camera. So taking the filter off should hopefully produce something like this. I have no idea if this is a composite image, if they put the crescent overlay that on a enhanced view of the background there, but if you click on that link or do a screenshot, you can go and take a look at Sebastian Voltmore's image.
Yeah, this is the same person that took the picture of Mercury sodium tail, Sebastian Voltmore.
Okay,
yeah, it's the same person. Yes. Do you try image of Mercury with this?
Right. I believe I had one. As on the data hoarder, I went searching for it and I didn't find it. It wasn't at very high resolution, so it would just be a tiny dot. But yeah, that was easy to pick up. Now, whether the light, the radiation you're picking up from Mercury is dominant, I think it's probably dominated by reflected light from the sun, which, although it's a lot less at that wavelength, it's a lot more than the thermal radiation from Mercury. So I don't think it's going to make that much difference observing Mercury in the thermal infrared, in the shortwave infrared.
Yeah.
But if Mercury was a very crescent phase, you may be able to pick up a bit of heat or a bit more of a thicker crescent than you would at optical wavelengths because of the heat radiating away before it cools off at sunset.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Richard.
Tony, very good talk. And I've actually done work in this wavelength range, but with an SSP photometer. I don't know if you're familiar with that or not. It's got the J and H filter. I do J and H filter photometry. But anyway, I'm interested in getting a copy of your talk. If you can email it to me or something, I would really appreciate it. You've got several good images.
I'll do that for you. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tony.
Great. Is there anything else before we move on? All right. Well, Tony, thanks very much for your presentation. That was excellent. And I will thank all the speakers today for keeping us on time and doing a good job. And those are very, very well done presentations. We start tomorrow at the same time, 1700 UT, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. I will be sending out the link for tomorrow's presentations within the next half hour or so. And those of you that are attending the ALPO board meeting, that'll take place at 2300 tonight, UT, 7 p.m. Eastern and 4 p.m. Pacific time. That's a separate Zoom link. I will send that up as well in a few minutes. So if there's nothing else, that'll do it for today. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we go, I want to say, it looks like Carl Hergenrother, our current executive director. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to be with us tonight.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Well,
Yeah.
he says he's going to try to call in with his phone. So
Right. He has a situation with the family thing he's got to take care of, and it's kind of okay. But anyway, I'm the incoming executive director, and I'm going to rely on Tim and Matt Will to help me get through the meeting. And so, as Tim said, 7 p.m. Eastern time. If anybody's up for dinner, let's all meet outside and determine where to go.
all right. Again, I want to thank you all for coming. We will